And acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call first of committee members. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
And Mayor Knack is also a de facto member.
Good morning.
Good morning. And then let's see, there's no other councillors joining us in chambers. I will see if there's any online that are joining us. I'm not seeing any. If there are any councillors online, can you identify yourself?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Farmer and Councillor Wright. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Councillor Principe is here as well.
And Councillor Principe. Thank you so much. And I know that many of the items on the agenda are very much of interest to all of council, and so I've heard from many colleagues that they'll be joining in and out for the day. So I'll now do the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members present if they have any pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a council member, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move on to the adoption of the agenda. And I will go, Councillor Clark, would you mind adopting the agenda?
Sure, I'll move the adoption of the agenda for the Infrastructure Committee meeting on August 26, 2026, with the addition of 7.6, the Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Program update, and the replacement attachments, 7.6, Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Program updates, attachments 2, 3, and 5, version 1, and 7.6, Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Program update, attachment 5, version 2. Is that it?
Yep, that's everything for, or do we change or do we move the orders of the day at the same time?
We'll do
That's
this
separate.
motion first.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? See none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And now, do we do the orders of the day?
Yes,
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford.
Can you?
Yeah, I'll move that the orders of the day for the August 26, 2026 Infrastructure Committee meeting be changed as follows. There's a dinner break from 5 to 6 p.m. and adjournment at 9 p.m.
Thank you, and could you just give a little bit of an explanation to the public as to what that means as a motion?
Happy to do so. Yeah, as there's a lot of speakers that are registered for 7.6 specifically today, and some of the other items as well, and we just determined that we're going to need more time to kind of get through all the items on the agenda, because that is the goal for today, to make sure we get through everything. So we will be going a bit later and have a break as needed.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues on that change in orders? Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And then, Madam Clerk, just remind me, I know we discussed this right at the start. Is this where we would want to also change the timing?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so I will move, I just gotta find it here. I'm gonna move, time specific on the agenda, so I'm gonna move that the following.
Councillor Rutherford, for the time limit motion, is that the
Oh,
one you were indicating?
Yes, where is that one?
Just in, I've
I can move
sent
it
it
for you.
through the chat.
Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I will move the following motion that the clerk has, that Infrastructure Committee adjust the rules on the time limits as set out in Section 38 of Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw for the August 26, 2026 Infrastructure Committee meeting, so that each approved speaker may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes, and each member of council has 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to speak or close debate on a motion.
Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, just given the amount of speakers, we're just changing it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes so we can hear as many voices as possible. If we don't get done the business of the day, it's very hard to deal with any subsequent motions, directions, anything else. So we want to try and hear from as many people as possible. So we're just going to share the mic.
Yeah, and I think just the math, if you calculate everybody's speaking time of 5 minutes, times the number of speakers registered, times presentations from administration and questions of council to speakers and the public, we would never finish this agenda. And unfortunately, a lot of the other items on the agenda are also very time sensitive. The next infrastructure committee meeting is not till December, and some of the other items have budget impacts as well. So we do need to deal with those other items. So I want to just, from my perspective, speak to this motion, and then if others want to speak as well, they're welcome to. We don't take, reducing time of speakers lightly, but this is a balance we're trying to strike between making sure we can still make decisions and have people know where we stand on a lot of these items, while also making sure everybody gets a chance to be heard. So, anyone else would like to speak or any other questions? Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, and now do I do the time specific or not yet?
Now we go to approval of minutes.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Salvador?
Yep. I'll move approval of the minutes from the June 24th, 2026 Infrastructure Committee meeting.
Any questions, errors, or omissions on the minutes? See none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I am not aware of any protocol recognitions for today. And so we will move to selecting items for debate. So my committee colleagues, if you would like to select any items, please sign up now. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I will select.
Oh, you have to turn it on.
Thank you. I will select 7-6, and if my colleagues don't mind, I could select the other ones with just speakers on them. Yep. So then I'll select 7-1, 7-4, 7-1, 7-3, 7-4. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Sal,
They're selected.
you didn't have any questions about the 7-2? No, but you do have a potential subsequent. Okay, perfect. And I do have questions still on 6-1, so I'll select 6-1. And Councillor Knack? Mayor Knack, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just deleting myself. I was going to get 6-1 as well, but you got it. Thank you.
Perfect. No, I'll write your name down for it then.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Clark. Can you move the reports not selected for debate?
Sure, I'll move that items 7.2 and 7.5, I think are the only ones. I want to read the bylaws out yet, but I'll move that those those are selected.
And 5.1.
And 5.1.
So we are passing those as recommended.
Sorry, before the vote, I see, I wouldn't mind selecting one more.
Okay, I'm understanding that there's a desire from a non-committee member to also select 7.2 for some questions. So we will, out of courtesy, select 7.2 as well. I'll put that down as Councillor Knack selected that. Fudge. Mayor Knack selected that. And we will just restate that it was the moving of omnibus for items 5.1 and 7.5, correct, Councillor Clark?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, I'll move the omnibus for items 5.1 and 7.5 be approved as recommended.
Right, any other questions? Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried.
Councillor Rutherford, would you like me to review what was just approved?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this morning, Infrastructure Committee approved the following reports without debate. District Energy 5.1, District Energy Strategy and Options with a revised due date of November 4th, 2026. And item 7.5, Bylaw 21549, Closure of Vehicle Access to Titled Parcel, which will go up to Council for approval.
Thank you very much. And now I will go, Councillor Salvador, can you read in the request to speak?
Yes. I'll move that Infrastructure Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On 7.1, David Johnson, Ryan Christensen, Raf Tenderenda, Carolyn Osadiak, Fallon Schellenberg. On 7.3, Eric Estrada. On 7.4, Mike Melross, Dan Nielsen, Jesse Watson, Heather McKenzie, Preet Kang, Raf Tenderenda, Lori Lynn Gregor, Joshua Buck. And on 7.6, Noah Akliu, Emily Stremmel, David Barry, Lyle Triton, Dave Sutherland, Kevin Wertenen, Aaron Budnick, Alex Brooker, Hannah Davidson, Keaton Hawkswell, Everett Horner, Chris Chang-Yan Phillips, Carly Chen, Brenda Nectigel, Marilyn Chen, Kellen Westman, William Van Agen, Cindy Westerhout, Michelle Naylor, Paige Porton, Foster Karcha, Rainier Lammers, Mike Huber, Brian Markley, Elizabeth Fair, Karen Beer Singh, Terry Skidnick, Allison McIntosh, Olivia Maynard, Jacob Krieger, Sheila Campbell, Sarah Bisbee, Alex Bisbee, Laura Delhay, Keith Heslinga, Michael Rollinghoff, Austin Nielsen Penner, Brad Thiessen, Juliana Weber, Kata Hill, Benjamin Frank, Blake Johnson, Kristen Constable, Edwin Shale, Teresa Felling, Cameron Smithers, Ian Hostler, Marcel Hukalak, Tyrell Brochu, Cameron Peters, Jacob Duong, Carl Parkinson, Alexander Lima, Kelly Gaumont, Connor Berry, Rachel Bembridge, Renee Weisberg, Lauren Harding, Dean Dresdell, James Phillips, Jason Wang, Melissa Starosta, Paul Starosta, and Justin Wheeler.
Thank you very much for that. And I just want to make a note to my committee colleagues and the public at this time. So in the interest of hearing from everyone who submitted requests to speak ahead of today's meeting, I would prefer that we do not make any motions to hear from any additional speakers after dealing with this section of today's agenda. So with that, are there any other questions about the request to speak? You do have a question?
Nope, no,
Oh,
I'm-
sorry. Okay. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Great, and please display the votes. And that is carried. And now, Councillor Jans, you haven't done a motion yet. Would you like to do the time-specific
I'd love to.
request?
Clerk, could you help me with the wording?
We will load that on the screen.
Oh, thank you. I move that item 7.6, active transportation implementation acceleration program update, be moved to the first item of business, and that 7.1, impact of weather events on construction projects, the verbal report be the second item of business. 7.3, public art to enhance Edmonton's public realm policy be the third item of business, and climate resilience policy review be the fourth item of business.
Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, this will allow us to, there's a couple time-sensitive decisions that we need to make. Everything's important, we want to get to all of it, but this will allow us for meeting management to be smoother.
Yeah, and I would just add that we've just ordered all of them, and prioritized all of the items with speakers on them, so that we go through first. So this does mean if you were signed up for the item on the bike plan, and you thought you would be later in the afternoon, we're actually going to start the panels as our first item of business if this motion passes. So if you know people that are also wanting to speak to this or register to speak, we know the clerk, I confirmed, will be sending out a notification to all the speakers of the change in orders of the day. It's more pertinent for anybody that would be listed in panel 1, because we will be doing those speakers in panels of 15, and I'll explain what that means in a little bit, but I just wanted to help, because I know some new faces, some people that maybe have never been here before, and we were making a lot of changes to do agenda management, and I wanted to just help the public follow along. And with that, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. I have not received any council inquiries, so we do not have any council inquiries at this time. We do not have any reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. We've passed the request for rescheduled, and so we can just move now into our first item as per our new amended agenda. So that will be item 7.6, active transportation implementation acceleration program update. Again, just want to give a little bit of context on both process and then expectations as we go into the meeting. What we typically do is we have administration will do their full presentation, and then once they're finished their presentation, that's when we go into speakers. When we have a lot of speakers, as is the case with this item, we do it in panels. So you will be in a one of 5 panels if you're registered to speak on this item, and the clerk will let you know which panel you are. And then within your panel, you'll all be called up. If you're in chambers, you would come to these seats here. If you are online, you would just identify that you're here. And then we let every panelist speak for the 3 minutes that we've now decided is the timing for this agenda today. And then after every panelist has spoken, that's when committee members and other members of council will have an opportunity to ask the speakers any questions they have. So you'll want to stay around, if you possible, for the question period with councillors. Once all questions have been asked of the public, then council will move on to the next panel. and so forth, until all panels are completed. Once all panels are completed and we've asked all our questions to the public, that's when we go back to administration and have our questions and any direction that we'll give to administration. So I hope that helps break that down. And I also do want to remind everyone that, you know, we really pride ourselves on being a very open level of government, but with that, we need to make sure that we are respectful of one another, both in person and virtual. So, you know, there is a full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. And so my role as chair is to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors are safe, respectful, and neutral spaces for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. So disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, behaviors like shouting, cheering, clapping, will not be tolerated, as well as the use of the raised hand feature, chat, emoticons, those kind of things, or using any AI note-taking tools in the virtual meet are not permitted. So, you know, we don't like to have to do it, but we will ask security to remove anybody that is violating these expectations. And they will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting and will not be provided any additional warnings. So I just want to start with that context, and I think that's it. Madam Clerk, have I covered everything?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay, and now we will go to the presentation from administration. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I want to begin by saying that we're grateful for the opportunity to provide clarity around this update and what we're seeking from committee today. Before I hand things over to Sarah and her team, I wanted to provide a bit of additional context, and I wanted to apologize to committee as well and the public for the confusion this item may have caused, including the multiple updated attachments we issued as we worked through this file. While we should have had this finalized before bringing it forward, this time has allowed administration to work through the details and gain greater clarity on the path forward. To this end, Attachment 5 was updated yesterday to clarify the modified approach. Council's direction has been clear, and we are implementing the Active Transportation Network Expansion Program. Over the last several months, the context in which we deliver this program has been shifting. We've also received a lot of feedback on trade-offs and wanted to give the committee an update on and a chance to consider a modified approach. From a governance perspective, it's important that we bring emerging issues to council when we could have impact on previous direction. As mentioned, we've made another update to Attachment 5 to bring more clarity to the modified approach we're looking at in the program across the buckets of work. One, in completed infrastructure, all routes completed to date that remain in place as key connections in our network. Second, they're currently under construction, the projects actively being built. Third, evaluated routes moving forward as planned. Those routes that are planned and that do not impact travel lanes or parking, these will proceed as planned, noting that we're nearing the end of 2026 construction season. Implementing will span both this year and next. And fourth, reviewing routes that further opportunities for potential redesign. So the remaining routes that will be evaluated for options for trade-offs, alternative designs, treatments, and funding impacts. In Q1 of 2027, we plan to bring forward a report outlining the options for these remaining routes, and will include an update on the remaining funding and budget implications as well for council direction and approval. To provide more details on where we're at, we'd have to propose and how we propose to handle the next phase of this program. I will now hand things over to Sarah.
Thank you. When Council approved the funding of this program, the direction was to build district connectors to rapidly expand the active transportation network. We were responsible for selecting the specific routes that would best deliver that direction. Since then, administration has delivered over 40 new connections and is on track to complete nearly 50 kilometers of network routes by the end of 2026. To fast-track delivery, administration focused on informing residents about plan changes with direct outreach reserved for property owners facing specific access impacts. Adding routes to mature neighborhoods requires reallocating limited street space, which results in trade-offs like moving on-street parking, reconfiguring driving lanes, and changing local traffic patterns. Less complex locations, those requiring fewer trade-offs, were designed and installed first, with a focus on rapid implementation. And routes requiring more complex design solutions and trade-offs were scheduled for later phases to allow adequate time for planning. And that brings us to where we are today. For additional clarity, these are the active transportation projects that are already underway and which will continue as planned. And these are the routes under the modified approach that will be evaluated for trade-offs, alternative design treatments, and budget implications. Before we conclude our presentation and hear from members of the public, I want to reiterate, nothing is being canceled, but we are evaluating our options, considering the trade-offs and design alternatives. We're committed to keeping this committee fully informed as we move forward and will provide further updates in Q1 2027. With that, we look forward to questions from committee following public speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to our first panel. But before we do, Madam Clerk, can you confirm that you were able to send out that notification to the panelists? Or if...
I'll confirm with our team.
Yeah, I just want to, if there are people that are not in attendance, what we might do is just go through, if there's a lot of people that are not here on panel 1, I'll start calling to get to 15 from panel 2. Just to give them, do you see what I'm saying? Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna start, as I mentioned, calling up panel 1. And if you are here, please just identify yourself and then the clerks will guide you to your seat. If you're online, please just unmute yourself and identify that you are here for us. So in panel 1, we have Noah Akliu, Emily Stremmel.
Good morning.
Thanks, Emily. Okay, David Barry. Lyle Triton. Okay, please come down. The clerk will guide you. Dave Sutherland. Sorry, did Dave unmute? No, okay. Kevin Wertenton. Aaron Budnick. Please come down. Alex Broker.
Morning.
Sorry, did I hear good morning from Alex?
Yes, that's me. Hi.
Hi, okay, perfect, yes. And Hannah Davidson. Keaton Hawkswell.
Hello.
Hello. Everett Horner.
Hello.
Hello. Chris Chang Yen Phillips.
Hello, turning online.
Yep, perfect, thank you. Carly Chen. Brenda Nachtegaleli. Sorry if I'm not saying your name appropriately. Natasha, is that you? Brenda. Oh, Brenda, sorry, yes. Yep, just go over there. And then Merlin Chen. Okay, and so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. So I have 8 that have, of that panel that said that they were available. So I'll start going into panel 2 for another 7. Madam Clerk, okay? And then we can come back to those that were maybe not available for panel 2. Okay, Kellen Westman. William Van Egan. Cindy Westerhout. Yep, please come on down. Michelle Naylor. Yep. Paige Porton. Foster Kershaw.
Here.
Here, thank you, Foster. Rainer Lammers.
Yes, I am here.
Perfect, thank you, Rainer. Mike Hube, sorry. Brian Markley. Yep, come on down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Elizabeth Fair. Perfect, thank you, Elizabeth. And then Karambir Singh. Terry Skidnick. Terry, did I see you raise your hand? Yep, okay, that's 15, so we'll start with those 15 speakers. For those that have been here before, we usually do have lights that will give you an indicator, but because those lights are set to the 5-minute timer, they're going to be off for today. So just please make sure to look up at the screen if you need to get a time check, and it's on both sides. So if you want to look, that's the timer that we will be using in chambers. Okay, and with that, I think we're ready to start. So we will go back to Emily for your 3 minutes presentation. So please go ahead. Do you have
Good morning.
Yep, go
I
ahead.
don't have a presentation or anything. Yeah, thanks.
Go for it.
Good morning. My name's Emily. I live in Ward Damon. I'm somebody that gets around by bike. I love getting around by bike. It makes my day better in a way that driving never does. It keeps me healthy. It keeps a car off the road. The changes to this active infrastructure implementation are presented in the context of legislation that may be occurring at the provincial level. Edmonton voted for the council that is in right now, and it voted for the previous council who made the active implement network promises that they did. And I think that should be honored. And I am going to read the first paragraph from the first chapter of On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder. Do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. Anticipatory obedience is a political tragedy. Perhaps rulers do not initially know that citizens are willing to compromise this value or that principle. Perhaps a new regime did not at first have the direct means of influencing citizens one way or another. I'd like to cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. I appreciate you being here. And now we move on to Lyle Triton.
Thank you, councillors. I've lived in many parts of Edmonton. Oh, I have a presentation. Is it?
Okay, just pause the time. Can we make sure the presentation gets up?
We're just loading it up now.
Thank you.
So we'll just wait till we see the presentation and then I'll start your time.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. I've lived in many parts of Edmonton and cycled here for more than 50 years. Road cycling in Edmonton has become more dangerous for many reasons, including those shown. I was a vehicular cyclist. I no longer dare. But I still cycle throughout the city all year round. It's my preferred mode of transportation, and my car lives in my garage most of the time. Next slide, please. As I think forward to aging, I'm 61 now, I want to remain healthy and active and minimize my burden on our society. And I know that a life without driving is coming for us all. I saw the limitations placed on my father when he quite correctly gave up his driver's license. It reduced his life. We have done some great, next slide please. We have done some great things with the network, but many are less than they could be. I disagree that it has been rapid, and I understand the concerns from pedestrians on MUPs. I have concerns too. My ride here today was about 80% protected bike lane, and that part was lovely. Next slide, please. I encourage council to not slow down, to speed up, perhaps with a little less rigor in construction. Some of these projects have taken a very long time. Some stuff might get ripped out, but the government is going to do that if they're going to do that. And if you stop much of what you are doing today, they'll still rip stuff out, and we will be left with a more dangerous city than we could have. Next slide, please. Not everything people say about cyclists and infrastructure comes from a place of making a better city, on both sides. I have and use a car, but it lives on my property, not society's property. I remind council that there are few things under their control. Next slide, please. But more active transportation is better for everyone in our shared society, and that only comes from good, direct connections that work for people to get them where they need to go. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Aaron Budnick. I think that's the next one that I have here. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Budnick with the YEG Bike Coalition. We support Etnie, and we support all of the routes planned for 2026 proceeding on schedule. These routes are not new ideas. They have been through years of planning, data review, public engagement prior to this project through Bike Plan, engineering review, and design iterations. They were selected because they would contribute to a connected, safe, and useful active transportation network. We have learned a lot from the routes already built. The program had some stumbles early on, but the Etnie team has learned from those challenges, and we have seen meaningful improvements in execution, design, and delivery. In particular, many of the routes for this year are probably some of the best examples of their type that we've seen in the city anywhere. There are still legitimate opportunities to improve design, of course, engagement and implementation as well, and these are reasons to build the remaining routes better, not reasons to put them back on the drawing board. The remaining routes are more complex because they require difficult trade-offs between parking, vehicle lanes, trees, utilities, and safe infrastructure. Solving those trade-offs is the work of transportation planning. We want to see Etnie continue into the next budget as well, with a focus on improving this connectivity, infrastructure quality, and safety. We really don't need to start over. We need to keep improving, and we need to keep building this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Alex Brooker online.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, please go ahead.
So I'm here today to voice my support for the continued build out of the city's active transportation network and to speak against the recommendation from city administration. So firstly, we just had an election where the active transportation network build out was a key issue and where the threats of the provincial government's legislation were hanging over this topic even then. Edmontonians made their choice, so I'm not thrilled that this is even being considered again. To talk about why I'm in favor of the continued build out of our active transportation network in particular, I live on 79th Street in Idlewild, which is slated to turn from a two-way road with parking to a one-way and protected bike lanes. I could not be more in favor of this change. The bike lane will allow my son the opportunity to get around the neighborhood and when he is old enough to get to school safely on his bike without the need for his parents to add an additional car to clog our streets with traffic. This bike lane would also allow me to commute to downtown safely on my bike. Every day I see kids and people of all ages biking up and down 79th Street. And I just think to myself, I hope they don't get hit by a car, and I hope the city provides them a safe place to ride on the road. My wife and I love to take our bikes out for fun and errands when we can, but frankly, we don't use them as much as we would. almost without fail, every time we are out and biking on the streets, we encounter either overtly aggressive behavior or passive aggressive behavior from motorists. What we need is a place on the street where cyclists belong, which would make it nicer for everyone. So with respect to 79th Street in particular, taking away a direction of travel will limit the amount of people ripping through our neighborhood, keeping us safer. Again, I worry for my son and other kids playing around 79th Street. If we can limit the number of distracted and aggressive drivers in the neighborhood, our neighborhood will be safer. I have a car and I drive for the majority of my trips, but I park my car in my garage, and I recognize there would still be many ways in and out of our neighborhood. My guests also already never park their car in 79th Street, preferring instead to park along a side street. I see the time, so I will conclude by saying that when reviewing the materials for today's hearing, I was surprised to see that many bike lanes, including the 79th Street portion, had not even been put out to tender yet. The active transportation network build-out has been under discussion and in the process of being implemented for several years, with a municipal election also occurring in that time. Edmontonians have had their say, and administration needs to get on with building out the remaining portions of the bike lane. If the provincial government wants to come in and waste taxpayer funds destroying infrastructure, that's on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I will move to Keaton Hawkswell, who is also online.
For a while, there's been this notion that we are just talking past each other. We just need one more round of consultation, one more town hall, one more op-ed in the journal or Instagram post. The problem may just be that on key values, some people fundamentally hold opposing beliefs. This attack on bike lanes is not about a lack of consultation. They just don't like cyclists. The ban on speed cameras, it's not some misunderstanding over how funds were used. They just want to drive as fast as possible. They are opposed to speed limits. They are opposed to traffic calming. They are opposed to the idea that cyclists have the same right to the road as they do. They are opposed to the idea that the safety of a child crossing the road should take precedence over their desire to get to Costco as fast as possible. This isn't every resident, but you have to realize that if you believe in climate change, that less people should die on our streets, then the people organizing these protests, the people lobbying out-of-town politicians, the failed politicians who literally ran against you, well, they oppose you. They are the opposition. The problem is that on key values, some of these people just hold opposing beliefs. We can't both sides this issue. We can't make our streets safe and never ask drivers to give up a little bit of space. Either we are going to make our streets safer or more people will die. That is the choice. There just might not be a compromise. They have already shown that they will crawl to the province to end bike lanes, to end speed enforcement. And I'm sure you are aware that they want to do the same with infill. We might just have to realize that we are on different sides. The task isn't to find a happy solution that makes everyone happy. It is to let less people die. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Everett Horner.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We can, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name's Everett. I live in Ward O'Daymon. I've lived in Edmonton for the last 8 years, and I haven't owned a car since 2024. So I use my bikes to get around as much as I possibly can. I use them to commute to appointments. I use them to get groceries. I use them to go to work when I don't walk. I even take my bike to Costco. When I'm doing this, I greatly value all the protected routes that we do have in place, and I really wish we had more. I think that everyone deserves to be safe when they're commuting to work, when they're doing their daily activities, living their lives.
And I think the evidence from here in Edmonton, from across North America, and from around the world clearly shows that building more protected bike and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure will make everyone safer, drivers included. I am also a driver. I drive frequently for work. So I think the goal of this network expansion and the mandate that City Council has is to change the transportation habits of people in Edmonton. That is the stated goal. We want to incentivize more active transportation use. I agree with everything that's been said by those who've spoken before me. And I would say that trade-offs just are necessary. If we want to change people's behavior, if we want to allow people like me who want to change their behavior to change their behavior even further, it is just a reality that we need to make trade-offs with the way things have been done to date. We've decided as an electorate, as a city, through the recent election that we want things to change, and change is always going to be a little bit uncomfortable. And I firmly believe that we need to push on in delivering these network expansions, in recognizing where we can do things better, but not slowing down and not allowing this potential network to be prejudged before it's even completed. You know, too many of us have seen bike lanes that lead to nowhere, that don't connect to anything. And of course, if you build a road in the middle of nowhere, it's going to seem useless. So we need to push on. We need to expand the network. We need to do more, not less. And only then can we allow the work to be judged fairly after it's really had a chance to deliver as promised. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will go to Chris Cheng-Yen Phillips.
Hi, afternoon, councillors, administration, other guests. I'm an Old Strathcona resident. I live in Papasteo. I'm a former historian laureate. I walk, I drive, I bus, and today I rode my bike. And for most of my way to work, I rode it with confidence that I wouldn't be killed and with pride in my city's climate mitigation efforts, because after decades of citizen advocacy and critical mass rides and ghost bikes, my city built active transportation infrastructure for me to get there safely. And now you're considering abandoning all built out before it's even complete. And like some of the other speakers, I want to remind you of who those bike lanes keep safe and who they serve. 14 years ago this week, a U of A student named Isaac Cornelson was biking down White Ave. He was a cross-country and track athlete for the Golden Bears, and he worked at Cafe Mosaics. He was 21, and he was killed when he struck a mirror on a parked truck, lost control of his bike, and was run over by a cement truck driver going by. His death was a tragedy, but it was also a failure of our city to provide safe and convenient options for people to get where they need to go. The city that thought that a gravelly shoulder between trucks and maybe a painted bike lane in other places were acceptable infrastructure. And now our neighborhood has some of the best and busiest active transport lanes in the city. I was walking through my neighborhood last night, and some of the people I saw using those lanes included like our neighbor biking with flowers and bikinis because she broke her toe and it was easier to bike than to walk. Tiny kids on push scooters that shouted, "Excuse me," when they went by. A kid biking alone to the playground, a senior biking alone, friends who wanted to show off a new tandem bike, dozens of other people of all ages who were laughing and having fun and not dying. My grandparents came up from Calgary a few years ago after we got bike lanes by our house, and they didn't like them because some of our streets are one way now and it's a little harder for them to get around to find parking. But they don't live in our neighborhood. They travel through it. And I love that now when I commute to work, I'm confident that on 2/3 or more of my path there, I'm not going to be killed by a truck driver whose mirror got too close, or a car opening their door in front of me while I'm in a painted lane. And I think every Edmontonian in all parts of the city deserve that choice, and we're counting on you to deliver on that promise. As some of the other speakers have mentioned, your job is to make a city that serves the people who live here, not to bow down in advance to a transportation minister who doesn't care about our city, who wants to pit us against each other, who's making our roads and our highways more dangerous and poorly funded, who raises a glass to Donald Trump and lost his last job in cabinet for drinking and harassing staff. This is not the kind of person that we want. making decisions about how we get around safely. We expect you to put up a fight when people like this come for our future. So please fight for us.
Thank you. You're complete your time? Okay.
Yeah.
And Brenda?
Hello? Hello? So I have to agree with what everybody has said before. I would just like to put my personal spin on it. So I'm a driver, a pedestrian, a public transit rider, and a cyclist. I commute on my bike between Larkspur to Sherwood Park roughly 3 times a week, and it's a minimum of 20 kilometers each way. 50th Street is the only way I can make it safely, and I can do this only because of the new shared use pathway between Roper Road and 101st Ave. It is very busy, and I see people using it all the time. Like, it is constant. However, north of 101st Street, I currently cut through industrial roads and through Gold Stick Park on an extremely steep, washed-out trail with loose gravel to make it to Gold Bar Park so I can go across the river. This is because between 101st and 106th Ave along 50th Street, I regularly see people speeding up to 70 kilometers per hour, and the sidewalks are narrow and poor condition. Don't get me wrong, the roads are wide, there's lots of room. And I know 50th Street is getting a redesign and not being canceled, but I'm okay with the current extended route, but many wouldn't be, and these new bike lanes being planned could mean more people getting out of their vehicle and making micromobility trips. In regards to redesign, forgiving roads is a road design principle that uses the understanding that drivers will make mistakes, but the design of the road should allow for recovery or to minimize injury or death. On highways, this usually includes having a clear zone or breakaway signs. But can we make public roads and infrastructure forgiving for all users and not just vehicles? Vehicles can cause expensive damage. I mean, how many times has the vehicle hit the LRT or streetcar in the past 3 weeks? But if a cyclist or motorist beside a cyclist makes a mistake, it costs the cyclist significantly more. The previous speaker spoke about the student getting hit because of people opening, or it was a mirror, but people opening their doors. Clear separation with a hard barrier, and this could be a curb or jersey barrier between vehicles and cyclists, should absolutely be mandatory in areas with complexity and higher speeds. In addition, since the speeds cameras are now not allowed in most places, an alternative solution would be to have the roads redesigned to slow traffic down, which absolutely should include separated bike lanes, and if that means sacrificing some parking spots, it's a good balance. Thank you very much for your time, and I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. And just for the record, how do you pronounce your last name? Because I think I really did a terrible job.
It's Nightingale.
Yeah. Wow, I really did a bad job. Okay. Thank you. I'll make note of that for next time. Cindy Westerhout.
Good morning.
Yes, do you have a presentation or just speaking?
I'm just speaking, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Cindy Westerhout, and I'm a long-term resident in Holyrood and living on 79th Street and 92nd Avenue. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Holyrood 79th Street Bike Lane Engagement Group. I am a multimodal traveler. I drive, I walk, I ride the LRT, and I cycle. And our community does support active transportation. We are pro thoughtful design, creating meaningful local consultation. We urge the committee to approve the administration's recommendation in attachment 5, and that is to pause and reevaluate the design through consultation with local community. The 79th Street plan relies on outdated citywide survey data from 2019 and 2020, and since then our reality has significantly changed. We are already managing traffic friction and LRT signal delays while also adapting to rapid infill density, which is squeezing street parking. This plan seems to have been designed in isolation, and in Holyrood it imposes a bidirectional bike lane with a rigid one-way conversion and eliminates northbound left turns onto 91, 92, 93A, and 97 Avenue. The city's own 2025 design standards admits that bidirectional facilities that have a high degree of risk, particularly at intersections and driveway locations. For residents, restricting these turns cut off primary routes home, in and out, and pushing vehicles already onto congested 75th Street or through unplowed back alleys. For the 47 front lot homes on 79th Street between White Ave and 101st Avenue, eliminating curb space forces visitors, home services, emergency services, and deliveries to park up to 200 meters away. Accessibility parking for 3 homes has already been removed, and loading zones for 3 churches will also be lost. But what most critically disturbs me so far in the design, that there are severe safety hazards around École School in Holyrood. Our principal, Lisa Noctegal, has highlighted 3 key pieces. Heavy vehicle dependence is one. Holyrood serves 420 French immersion students who come from across Edmonton. And over 80% of those students arrive by car, bus, or daycare van. Families need a safe place to drop their children. Bus loading zone conflict. The proposed shared pathway cuts directly through an 80-meter bus loading zone where over 100 elementary students gather daily. Routing bike and e-scooter traffic through that will create significant hazard. And finally, winter hazard, displacing drop-off traffic onto narrow side streets during winter, particularly when snowbanks, narrow roads, and blind sightlines compounds these risks exponentially. This is not theoretical, and in front of Holyrood School, there stands a memorial bench dedicated to a student who was tragically killed in a traffic accident. We cannot treat school safety as a trial and error experiment. I realize I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to Michelle Naylor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Michelle Naylor, and I live in Holyrood. I've lived there for 25 years. So I'm also here with Cindy, speaking on behalf of many concerned Holyrood citizens. We are obviously here to ask City Council to remove 79th Street from the Accelerated Active Transportation Plan. And I want to say that I also support active transportation. The current 79th Street plan, it really fails to address many key issues, and the trade-offs are just too great to stick with this current plan. Our first major issue is rushed, really non-transparent decision-making process. And many residents that we've heard from have said that engagement never really materialized at a local level. I think the city administration's own report states that to expedite timelines, they recycled old engagement data instead of directly consulting those who have to live with these changes. Because of the rush timelines, critical details like the total parking removal, severe turn restrictions, and limited side street access were hidden from residents. And many are still just finding out now exactly what this plan is going to look like. So it's very difficult to figure out how it's even going to impact them. And I think that the administration report acknowledges that these severe trade-offs have triggered a spike in petitions, inquiries, and community opposition. So really, community needs are being marginalized in order to rush through an infrastructure plan that doesn't work. Coming back to the table and looking at alternatives and looking at other ways that we can create an alternative plan is really important. So Cindy already talked about what's happening at Holyrood School, and I wanted to point out Vimy Ridge Academy. They serve, I think, almost 1,500 students, and they'll face a similar situation. They have 87% of their students driven, and a lot of that is because they have specialized athletic equipment. So we're talking about schools that serve a population that comes in from across Edmonton. These are not just neighborhood schools where people could make the choice to ride their bikes. And I think that's important to note. They run off-site buses 5 times a day alongside 10 specialized buses for students in wheelchairs. So Vimy Ridge really needs that two-way access to 79th Street and 90th Avenue. And I think our schools are feeling very concerned about how this is going to look. And at a busy time when they're trying to get ready for school, they're now concerned about how this is going to look. And they've invited council cyclists come by the school next week when it's in, and really see what their challenges are, and then let's see whether we can't find other solutions. So I think we've already said and we've seen that our neighborhoods are really being bombarded by cumulative disruptions. There's so many different things impacting us, and they're really all coming at once. And again, this is
Sorry, thank
recognized
you.
in administrative's report.
Sorry.
So
3 minutes, it goes quickly, 3 minutes goes quickly, but there may be counselors that come back to you to ask you to finish your thoughts there. So
thank you.
thank you so much. And Foster Kircha, online, I think.
Good morning.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, councillors. I'm opposed to the administration's proposal to stop or delay the implementation of the Active Transportation Network Expansion Program. The administration's proposal preemptively responds to provincial legislation that does not exist and which cannot be predicted, and discounts the years of consultation work and effort that went into developing the Active Transportation Network. Worse yet, the administration's proposal does not yet include any means and schedule to alternatively deliver this infrastructure. Even if this committee wanted to accommodate alternative designs or allow more local input, the administration is not proposing to complete that work. They are proposing to end it. That is unacceptable. It is uneconomical. It is unsafe. Delaying this infrastructure, this critical infrastructure, directly impacts my family, as my neighborhood, Holyrood, would lose the proposed 79th Street bike lanes and the small upgrades to neighborhood bikeways proposed for 92nd Ave, as well as the necessary connections with Forest Heights, Capilano, 101 Ave, 50th Street, Idlewild, Bonnie Doon, King Edward, and Applemore to the south. I already cycle often with my children in all seasons to school and for smaller errands, but there are more trips that we could convert from driving to cycling if safer, better connected infrastructure was constructed, as outlined in the Active Transportation Plan. With over 1 million people in our city, we have to have safe, connected, and fast alternatives to driving to ensure that our city remains affordable, our taxes reasonable, and that we keep our children safe. Separated active transportation infrastructure is a necessary part of any major city, and it cannot be avoided. Separated infrastructure is safer for everyone, including drivers. It improves commutes, including for drivers. It is cheaper in the long run, letting all of our dollars go farther. An active transportation system is a necessity. Street parking is a luxury. I recommend you reject the administration's proposal and push to finish this infrastructure. There is no time to lose. Let's see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Rainer Lemierre.
Yes, that's Rainier Lammers.
Sorry.
On weekends, I manage the bike valet on the corner by the old Strathcona Farmers Market on Gateway Boulevard and 83rd Avenue. And the valet has been going on for 3 years, and we've doubled the number of visitors year over year 2 times. And I think this is a great example of seeing the Edmonton's bike plan work. Ever more people are riding their bikes to the old Strathcona Farmers Market and using our bike parking there. We see families riding there with children on their own bikes, with cargo bikes. We see middle schoolers who come to busk in front of the market. We see seniors, whether they're riding old-fashioned pedal bikes or e-bikes. And I think that what you can see here is also how something like this helps Old Strathcona, because Old Strathcona is a very vibrant neighborhood. There are a lot of businesses there who like to grow and do business, but it's also due to the character of Old Strathcona, not all these people can come by car because there's no room for the cars, and the cars actually detract from the vibrant and walkable character that makes Old Strathcona appealing. Now, if we look at some of these bike lanes that are being postponed, put up for review, or some people would say canceled here, they are in neighborhoods like Holyrood, like Bonnie Doon, and they would allow people who live within a few kilometers of Old Strathcona to bike there. And I think it's also very clear, if you look at this audience of people that bike to Old Strathcona and use our valet, they are not people who would ride on busy roads with 2 lanes of cars roaring by. These people can do this only because the city has built a lot of this protected active transportation infrastructure. And the I think we can continue to reap these benefits if we build more of this type of infrastructure. And yes, regarding the concerns, yeah, provincial legislation, indeed, when they do it, but let's not comply in anticipation. And yes, as for parking, I think it's good to look at Google Maps satellite view and just look how much parking there is in Edmonton and how much of it is used not at all or badly. I think there are ways to, in a considerate way, reduce the amount of space allocated to parking and make this a friendlier city and still allow the people who have to drive. Thank you. I will save the rest of my time.
Thank you. And now we will go to Brian Markley.
A few weeks ago, my mom was doored by a car. She was knocked off her bike and knocked unconscious. She is over 70 years old, and she is lucky to be alive. Be it resolved that the following are factual statements. Bike lanes save lives. Bike lanes reduce traffic congestion by moving slower bicycles to uncongested tertiary roadways or curb lanes. Bike lanes reduce the need for parking. The city has a Vision Zero plan to eliminate road fatalities, which is unachievable without bike lanes. Refusal to build more bike lanes will cause more fatalities. My opinion is that choosing to slow bike lanes as planned should be done with the full knowledge and public admission from City Council that the city is abandoning Vision Zero and thinks road fatalities are acceptable and dangerous roads should be tolerated. If you do this, you need to tell the people what they are getting. There is no getting around that. People will die, people will be injured. You have a simple trolley problem here. On one track is a pickup truck, on the other is a child. If you pull the switch and stop building bike lanes, the truck driver kills the child. The child is run over and blood is on your hands. Is it immoral to pull the switch? What if it was your child? What if it was your mother? So why are we doing this? What's the point? Because the province might pass legislation, might maybe compliance in advance. That is the worst position to start a negotiation. I think we all have learnt that by recent events. We live in a democracy, but Edmonton did not vote for this provincial government. They do not represent it. Us. We voted for the municipal government, and we have elected 3 consecutive municipal governments on pro-bike lane mandates. The majority wants bike lanes and have responded that the lanes improve their community. I know they did for me. A vocal minority with a grievance culture cannot be allowed to overturn the elected mandate to save lives and improve our city. That is your duty to the public good and to the democratic mandate you were elected under. This is at a time when the province hasn't had a premier with 2 consecutive elections since Ralph Klein. We have gone through 7 premiers in 13 years. They age like lettuce, and we should not allow this unstable regime to write our municipal laws. A regime that does not represent the people of Edmonton. This is a test case. We all know it, though some refuse to say it out loud. They are using a wedge issue and a manufactured culture war to divide us and expand their authority into municipal affairs in order to circumvent our democratic representation. What's next? Will they tell us what flags we can fly at City Hall? Will they make us take down the treaty flag? Will they tell us to remove crosswalks? Will they make us tell us what books we're allowed in our public libraries and hire inspectors to tell us what to read? Will they decide our zoning and tell us how tall we can build a building? Will they tell us what businesses we can own and which ones we can shop at? Yes, it's a slippery slope, but some of this has already happened. It is also a pattern of behavior. Will you oppose bad decisions which are not backed by best engineering practices, science, or the electorate? The cost of a selfish political agenda is openly paid in lives. Do not comply in advance and never forget. I will email you the cut content. Thank you.
Sorry, I appreciate that. Yes, if anybody has things that that's a good point. If anybody has things that they didn't get to say in their prepared comments because the time was reduced, please know you can email the clerk, and we will still receive those as well. So thank you for that good reminder. And now we go to Elizabeth Fair.
Thank you to Council and Committee for allowing me to speak today. There are a number of speakers here today to talk with facts, studies, research, and anecdotes about how necessary safe bicycle infrastructure is to quality of life, moving people through the city, reducing pollution, and meeting climate change goals. I could add my voice to these statements and tell you facts and figures, or how I want to ride into my old age, and how you really don't want me to risk driving in 10 or 20 years. But honestly, I think you already know all this. So what I'd like to do today is to remind you of what Timothy Snyder said when he wrote his 20 Lessons on Tyranny in 2017. Emily already read to you the first of 4 that I want to touch on. Lesson number 1, do not obey in advance. I know you don't want to spend money on building something that's being threatened with reversal and removal, but we are here to ask you not to obey in advance. Don't teach power what it can do. Make power fight. Lesson number 10, believe in truth. You are hearing facts today, results of studies, honest information, scientific rigor, personal truths of how mobility lanes affect safety, mobility, and individual lives. There is verifiable truth, and you need to believe in it, and you need to act on it. Lesson number 16, learn from peers in other countries. Yes, I do mean Amsterdam and Utrecht and Copenhagen, Paris, and Montreal. No country or city is going to find a solution by itself, and I don't think we need to keep trying to reinvent the wheel or the best separated protected infrastructure. I think the plans are already out there. And finally, my plea to you on the Infrastructure Committee and to the Council as a whole, you who were elected to continue promoting initiatives for our unhoused citizens, to support infill, to support public transit, to keep moving toward Vision Zero, and you who were elected to promote and build out mobility lanes, even or maybe even especially if that means taking away parking and slowing down traffic, discouraging driving, and therefore making everyone, including drivers, safer. My plea to you today is lesson number 20. Be as courageous as you can. Thank you for your time. I cede the rest.
Thank you. And the last speaker in this panel is Terry Skidnick.
I did have a presentation, but it's going to be very modified and rapid fire.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so hello everybody, I'm Terry Skidnick. I'm a board member with Pass for People. I just wanted to, this was a campaign actually that's currently underway that was intended for the province, but just we felt it was important just to share this with admin and city council as well. So next slide. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I did just want to highlight that we have dozens of volunteers from the bike community that have been actively collecting postcards, so a real grassroots campaign where people are able to share how our bike infrastructure contributes to the quality of life in Edmonton. And so we've collected 1,500, but 600 were downloaded to form the summary for this report. And again, things like safety, mobility, health, affordability were key areas that were noted. I'm going to go off script here, and just again highlight that we know that whenever we're adding and building active infrastructure in our city, it generates strong opinions and concerns. But public resistance, should not be the only measure to evaluate infrastructure. Major city building initiatives often face opposition at first, but leadership requires looking beyond short-term controversy to long-term community benefit. Some of the people who signed postcards actually live on bike lanes and weren't necessarily in favor at first, or were more unknown in what's going to happen, but their perspectives changed when they recognized a lot of value to it. There was insightful comments throughout really from this process that we've been collecting. I hear a lot of people that support active transportation, but just not in front of their street, and recognize that losing the convenience of parking is a tough one. But the network needs to go somewhere. Administration has identified some key corridors for this to happen, to get people connected to destinations, to increase ridership. All those things are essential. And so we really urge council to reject any pause on the infrastructure and continue to move forward. Certainly change is not easy in this way and uncomfortable, but Edmonton needs to continue building the city it has planned for, and we can't pause when things just become uncomfortable. So thanks for moving forward, we hope.
Thank you, and I apologize, I misspoke. We did miss one speaker that's also here in person and on this panel, Karanbir Singh.
You got
Sorry
it,
about
Councillor.
missing you, sorry. Please go ahead with your time.
Thank you, Council. I am here today to request the committee members to vote down this proposed pause on bike lanes. I started cycling 4 years ago when this council actually first voted for the original infrastructure funding. I was convinced by a friend actually that soon it'll become very easy to bike around the city. And 4 years later, I'm a year-round cyclist, but I must say that a lot of our infrastructure is still lacking. Like, a lot of stuff that was supposed to be built by the end of this year is still not delivered. And now we have projects that are going to be running over time into next year, and some projects, if these proposed changes go through, that actually won't get delivered at all. So for those reasons, I ask that you please make cycling safer and easier for everyone in this city, especially for young people who are really struggling with affordability. Cars are really expensive, insurance is really expensive. So please vote against these proposed changes and ask the admin to fast track the delivery of the remaining infrastructure. Having said that, now I want to highlight why some of the routes that were planned for this year, I'm really excited to see them. For example, 79th Street. I have friends who are going to be buying a house in that area soon. They're getting a possession next month, so I'm really excited to go visit them by bike. Another reason I really like that infrastructure is because it's a bi-directional bike lane. Bi-directional bike lanes in the city are some of the best infrastructure. You feel safe on them. You have a little bit extra room. If you're riding with the young one, you can kind of ride beside them, kind of teach them, coach them a little bit. And it also improves safety. I know some concerns have been raised around kind of the school area there, but the area in school will be actually getting a shared use path, and that will help improve with the safety with the drop-offs on the 79th Street. Then there's also the issue of how should we best use our public space, particularly the street space. When I biked through there in that area on Sunday, the day you would expect there to be most number of cars parked because it's a day off, I didn't see the parking being used a lot in that area. So I think from my observation, and I biked through that area before as well, and I never see that street completely full or anything, I think it's a good street to put that bi-directional bike lane on. And one thing I forgot to mention that particularly when the admin is proposing this bike lane, there are also some proposed changes to signalization at the intersections. And honestly, I like them because when you provide a safe intersection to cross where people can't take all sorts of turns, for example, if sometimes some intersections don't have a right turn at some intersections, that actually makes it safer for cyclists to go through, because then you're not dealing with somebody being on their phone and accidentally cutting you off or running into you as you're trying to clear intersection. So for that reason, there's lots to be excited about in the current slate of projects that are being proposed for this year. So please vote against this proposed pause and make sure that this infrastructure gets implemented this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, as we do the panel, we've just heard from all the speakers. We will go to any questions of any of our speakers from the public by committee or council members. I'm not seeing any. So we are one last call. Yep, okay, and I am ready to move on to panel 2 then. So thank you so much for being here today. Please stay and if you'd like to listen to the other panelists or for the discussion. But thank you so much for everybody for being here and sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, and I will start to call for panel 2, and I did see somebody, just a reminder to not use the raised hand function in the chat online. We recognize we changed the agenda, so anybody that wasn't here when we called you for just the first panel here, you will be put in another panel, so we are going to just try to keep going through folks, but you will be called again, so don't feel like you've missed your opportunity to speak if you joined a bit later and missed your name being called. Okay, so now we will move on to calling for speakers for panel 2, and so just, Madam Clerk, I just go straight to panel 2, or?
Councillor Rutherford, yes, you can start panel 2, beginning with the first speaker.
Okay, so Kellen Westman, are you online?
I am.
Okay. William Van Eggen? Engen?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Paige Porton. Not seeing them. Okay, and Mike Hube. Remote. Allison McIntosh.
Present.
Okay. Olivia Menard. Yep, please come down. Jacob Krieger. Remote. Jacob, are you online? Sheila Campbell.
Present.
And then just keep going through the next one as well. Okay. Sarah Bisbee. Yeah, please come down. So I'm just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Alex Bisbee. Yep. Laura Delahaye. Hahe. Hai. I really feel bad for how I'm saying these names. Laura. Keith Heslinga. Keith, yep. Michael Rollinghoff. Remote. Austin Nielsen Penner. Yep, please come down. Brad Thiessen. Brad Thiessen. Okay, come back to you. Juliana Weber. Keita Hill. Sorry, did I hear somebody in the audience? Keita? Yep, okay, thank you. Benjamin Frank. Blake Johnson.
Here.
Here, Blake is online. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Kristen Constable.
Hello.
Hello. Edwin Shale. And Teresa Felling. Okay. I'm just going to do a count. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, Cameron Smithers. Ian Hosler.
Good morning. I'm online.
Okay. And Marcel Hukulak, Tyrell Brochu.
Present.
Okay. And
Online.
Yeah, and that'll complete our second panel. That's 15. Okay, and so we will begin. I will go back, and the clerk will keep me on my toes if I missed anybody, as she did with the first panel. So don't worry if I didn't say if I miss your name, we will not get through this panel without having you speak. So we will go to Kellen Westman first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kellen Westman. I'm a proud Edmontonian and a resident of Bonnie Doon in Ashley's ward there. I'm here today to request the councillors to strike down any pause on the active transportation network or cancellation. We definitely need to keep going there. So my active transportation history is as a cyclist. I've done more than 20 years of year-round commuting. And that includes our full household, including young children aged 4 and 6, also year round. Because of the access of transportation, active transportation, our family only needs to have one vehicle, and it rarely ever gets used. And I recognize that the commitment to doing that safely and also the challenges with the current infrastructure was large for our family. A lot of time and effort was spent to be able to find out a way to do this safely, including moving to a neighborhood that felt like it was easier to do that. And I recognize that not every family has that ability or those options. And as a result, they're precluded from the joys that we're experiencing. So I've also watched as the active transportation network has expanded that the people in my circle, in our social circle, have continued to increase more and more to become users of active transportation and experience these joys. There's a very strong correlation to what we build and how many more people that I have experienced over my 20 years enjoying this and getting the benefits of it. And that goes to more than just them. I mean, it's also the rest of the city with less cars on the road, et cetera. And also, I'm the president and founder of an organization called Bike Bus Alberta. We operate as Bike Bus Edmonton, and every week during the school year, our volunteers ride to school alongside children and families in Lendrum, West Glen, and Rutherford schools. And we're also launching one in the neighborhood of Secord, David Thomas King this fall, and we have our sights set on many other. I bring this up because the only reason that that organization needs to exist is because we've been prioritizing cars on our roads for so many decades. It has become unsafe to use a bicycle to get around in the way that we used to in my childhood and those older than me in their childhood. We've now reached the point where it feels like the only safe way to bring your child to school is to drive them. And that's very sad because there's a lot of people that would otherwise do it differently. We need this. People can get really spicy about bike lanes, but I think we can all agree that what we want is for our kids to get to school safely. And I would argue that in most cases that is not possible in its current state. So please continue the active transportation expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to William Van Engen.
Hi, my name is Will Van Engen, and I'm also in support of continuing the active transport program. I'm on daddy duty right now, so there's going to be potentially another participant here. I wanted to provide a bit of an anecdotal experience. I used to live downtown in Edmonton, and at that time I biked every day to work, winter, summer, fall, spring. And as a result of that, my wife and I were able to have only one car, which we didn't use that often. And affordability is something that everybody's talking about right now. Cost of living is high. As a result of only having one car, I think over the 10 years that we lived there, we would have saved tens of thousands of dollars. We subsequently moved to the north end, and we love our community and our neighborhood here. The infrastructure is not as good. I still try to bike as much as I can, but we haven't been able to survive on one vehicle. So we have two vehicles now. So the issue of having bike lane accessibility is also an affordability question. And I think it's important, especially in this the kind of context we're in right now economically, that people have that option, the ability to bike if they want to and save considerable amount of money every year. So those are my 2 cents, and I thank the councillors for listening.
Thank you for being here with your +1. I think it's Allison next, correct, Madam Chair?
That's correct.
Okay, Allison McIntosh.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, my name's Allison, and I'm an organizer with Ward Métis Bikes. I live in Forest Heights on 78th Street. I bought my house nearly 2 years ago, believing I would have access to a bike lane on 79 by now. Instead, the city got rid of my 522 bus, did not replace it with On Demand in my area, and there's still no bike lane. As a year-round cyclist, I can tell you that 79th Street is getting more dangerous with increased road rage that I believe is being spurred by the UCP's agitation and windrows that restrict the lane width in the winter. This issue is being successfully polarized by the UCP to distract their base from privatizing our healthcare and selling our land and water to coal companies and data centers. It's so clear to the people in Holyrood that Ward Métis Bikes door knocked over the past 4 days, most of whom support the bike lanes or were open to learning more if they had design information readily available, which incidentally, lack of available public design information is another limitation that admin has created to implementing the active transportation network expansion with community approval. So that's a little note. The memo that we're speaking about today says the densification and infill is a challenge for mature neighborhoods that would be increased with active transportation. I'm happy to have new neighbors, but infill benefits the people who live in those homes and the developers who build them, while active transportation infrastructure benefits the entire neighborhood, including people who are commuting, going to school, or live in the neighborhood. There is no right to street parking, and roads are best used for transportation, not storing private property. If we're going to keep street parking, we must begin to charge for it to recoup the public cost of free street parking. This council suffers from a lack of vision, or more generously, a low capacity to communicate their vision. I have a clear vision for a city that is dense, connected, and world-class. I know I share this vision with the other speakers, most of the other speakers here, minus a couple haters and doubters. But if the council shares that view, they need to back that up with action. We all voted for you with a vision for that dense, connected, world-class city. And as the public, we can't hold administration accountable, but you can, and you have to. Council needs to hold admin accountable for implementing the active transportation network expansion. In particular, they need to direct admin to tender the contract for 79th Street immediately. Ward Métis is disproportionately underserved by active transportation infrastructure and by this proposed delay, particularly the south side in Bonnie Doon, Holyrood, Forest Heights, Avonmore, Otwell, Capilano. In other parts of my life, I'm well acquainted with UCP retaliatory legislation, and I'll note that they often build in routes to seek exemptions, whether through cabinet or legislative approval. City admin delays seeking that approval, in my experience. So if this legislation passes, this committee and council also need to anticipate pushing them immediately to pursue the exemptions available. I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And Olivia Menard?
Hi. Thanks for having me. My name's Olivia. I'm also an activist with Ward Métis Bikes. My day job is I am a operations administrator for a youth orchestra program for kids who live in priority neighborhoods. Most of the students I work with live in small apartments with several of their family members who have limited access to cars. And before I did this work, I worked as a school teacher at St. Cecilia Junior High School, which is on 132nd Ave. I remember as I would bike up to 132nd Ave in the section that's not complete yet, hordes and crowds of students would stand on the sidewalk that there wouldn't be room for them. They would stand in the street. So I was very excited about the 132nd Ave infrastructure being put in. I'm very grateful for it because it allows students not who are just cycling, but students who are walking, as the vast majority of students who do not have the resources to be driven to school by their parents get to school. And safety is for all students. About a month and a half ago when we were at 50th Street, I was interviewed by City TV News asking about my thoughts about the 50th Street bike lane. And the question that the interviewer asked me is, do you believe that Edmonton has always been a car city and therefore will always be a car city? And it's funny because it's a false dichotomy. Edmonton has not always been a car city. We used to be a streetcar city, and before that we were a horse and buggy city. And we've made choices to the tune of billions and billions of dollars to support being a car city. It's always been a choice. It's always been a choice. And we've chosen to uphold, a $1 billion industry for cars for what sake? I'm not saying that cars are useless, but I am saying that we have prioritized this, once again, to the tune of billions and billions of dollars at the expense of all other infrastructure and all other road users. And to me, it's very important that we choose now to prioritize safety and to prioritize kids. When a kid dies on one of these proposed routes because we didn't build it, will you say this was a tragedy that could not have been prevented? Or will you stand by your choice and say, well, at least we could park in front of our houses? I oppose this proposal by administration. I'm disappointed in them, in their ability to finish projects on time, communicate clearly to shareholders. When I was door knocking on doors around 79th Street, so many people were in support of the bike lane, but they had questions like, where will the school buses park? What about these other roads? All things that could be mitigated by clear communication. I also think administration has put council in a tough position when they only give 2 weeks of notice on these construction projects. It does not surprise me that people are shocked by this clear change that's coming quicker. And so I would hope that they would be more efficient with their communication. I think that would help a lot with people being open to it. So I am pro kids being alive, and that's why I'm pro bike lane, and I'm pro keeping the active transport network expansion moving.
Thank you. Sheila Campbell?
Just a minute, I'm just turning on my, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. So, hi, I've lived in the old Strathcona district of central Edmonton for 30 years, and I've done most of my local commuting by bike year round for all that time. I was able to use the shared use path along Saskatchewan Drive to do this reasonably safely for my commute to work at the university until I retired. And it always made me laugh that people thought being too cold was the major hazard I faced biking in winter, when it was always cars and ice ruts. Having a separate lane for active transportation made year-round biking possible, and recently, the expanded bike network has made travel safer for many of the routes I use to get around Edmonton. I'd like to thank the City of Edmonton for making this possible, that finally my tax dollars for transportation were going towards something besides endless freeways with crumbling infrastructure we have no realistic hope of ever maintaining. I'd also like to put in a plug for the value of the active transportation options that we're expanding for healthy living, as I've watched my neighbors whose main exercise is getting into and out of their vehicles gradually lose their mobility over the years to the point where they are basically crippled. That, too, is a choice. Not surprisingly, I was disappointed to hear that Council is considering halting expansion of this program, presumably in response to the intense backlash invoked by some of their network design decisions. And while the general strategy of building from the center out and having, clear guidance on that, many of the specific design choices have baffled me. For example, the choice to send the bike route zigzagging down both sides of 106th Street to accommodate street parking instead of converting one of the lesser used nearby streets to one-way for cars in a protected shared use lane. Have the planners ever ridden a bicycle in the winter here? Not only did that choice enrage many people who use that route to commute by car between the south side and the university, it also made it very hard to negotiate that bike lane or to keep it clean in winter, clear, which then makes it less attractive to use and therefore fodder for the bike lane haters who complain that they are just a waste of money. In my opinion, a lot of grief could have been spared if the city had been more deliberate and open in its engagement with the people who will have to live with the consequences of these local decisions. And previous speakers have described many more examples, so I won't belabor this point. By sacrificing public consultation in favor of speed and relying just merely, I hope that we can.
Sheila, sorry, the 3 minutes
Yes.
is up. I apologize.
Thank you.
Again,
No problem.
as I mentioned before, if there's anything you didn't get to say due to the shortened time, please feel free to submit to council and the clerk.
Thank you.
And Sarah Bisbee, please go
Hi.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council and Committee. I live in Ward Ipikokaniopiwotsi, and I'm a year-round cyclist. I co-founded Let's Bike There YEG because 4 women decided to do something that felt a little bit risky. We were biking around Edmonton with our kids. The bike network was growing, and it made it possible. Not everywhere, and not for every trip, but enough. And we wanted other families to be able to bike too. So we started meeting at playgrounds. Families could come and see how other families bike in Edmonton. They could test ride cargo bikes. The kids play while the adults talk routes, including routes that aren't intuitive because of missing links. These are the links that ATNI was created to fill. We meet in every season, and our winter meetups are some of my favorites. Sledding and hot chocolate and bikes is an unbeatable combination. And outside of our meetups, we all use bikes to get around. We bike to school, to the library, to doctor's appointments, to daycare, to Costco, to work, extracurriculars, the same places other families drive. And something almost magical has happened. Our kids are becoming independent. They have learned their city and how to navigate it. They've learned that they don't need to be driven everywhere. Their world is getting bigger. And as Edmonton's active transportation network has expanded, more and more families have done the same. I want to talk about my youngest for a minute. He's here with me today. He's just started to ride his pedal bike in July. He's navigating the city under his own power for the first time. The same city that he's been through in my cargo bike since he was 3 months old. On the other end, my older kids are starting to ride without me. They ride with each other and their friends. The network has made that possible, and I'm so proud of them, but I'm also terrified. My daughter starts junior high next week, and it's 5 kilometers to her designated school. Her entire route is shared use paths, but she's going to do it alone, crossing slip lanes and driveways on shared use paths. And I'm worried about the drivers who come out looking for cars and not bicycles. They aren't necessarily reckless. They're ordinary drivers navigating a system that has designed in conflict between modes of transportation. That's the problem, and that's why I'm so nervous about this recommendation. The people who benefit most from connected, active transportation aren't people willing to take a lane in traffic. It's kids riding to school, parents riding with children, seniors riding to pickleball, families who've discovered that a bicycle can replace their second car, and they're willing to try because infrastructure has given them the confidence to do it. I'm asking you to look at what has happened as this network has grown. Look at the families who are using it and the kids gaining independence. So I ask you to oppose this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alex Bisbee?
Hello, my name is Alex and I'm 13 years old. I want to talk about 2 specific bike lanes that matter to me. The ones on 79th Street and 50th Street. They're important to me because they would let me bike to my grandma's house, and she lives in Fulton Place. My grandma is 75 and lives by herself. She's probably one of my favorite people in the world, and I want to be able to go see her without having to get my parents to drive me. I biked there with my family before. It's about 45 minutes, but the last section, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers, doesn't have a bike lane, and my parents won't let me ride by myself because it's not safe. I could take transit, but that takes almost 2 hours and 3 transfers. I could go by car, but then I need someone to drive me. A protected bike lane on 79th Street and another one on 50th Street would connect to the parts of the route that are already safe. I'm asking for bike lanes because I want to be able to get to my grandma's house by myself. I'm 13, I'm old enough to have some independence, but I'm not old enough to drive. Please don't delay these 2 projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we all love when youth attend. Keith Heslinga.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Keith Heslinga. I'm here from Bike Edmonton. I'd like to start off by thanking the committee members for changing around your meeting schedule so that we could all speak. I'd like to also thank all of my fellow cyclists and advocates. I did a quick count, and there's over 60 of us who came here to talk to you today, and I think that's really amazing. I've been in this a long time. A lot of you recognize my face. I certainly recognize yours. And I kind of want to bring some of the experiences that I've had, like doing this work, like to this committee today. In Bike Edmonton, we've done a lot of work with the ATNI group to advocate for what we've seen. And probably one of the saddest things that I've experienced is I was talking to Pascal, who leads up the department, and I was talking about how we were trying to change things. And her reply was that no matter what she did, she was always going to upset people, or no one would be happy. And I thought that was just absolutely heartbreaking as someone who used to design things. And basically, like, my designs were kind of like my kids. My kids are more important than my designs, but they were kind of like my kids. And when someone didn't appreciate them, that was heartbreaking in a professional sense. And it's really hard for them because they only are looking at people who don't know what it's going to look like. I just moved, and we moved to a place that has 2 bike lanes, and that was an important consideration for us for when we picked our new house. Last week, I door knocked on 132nd, and it was amazing how few complaints there were. One of my favorite complaints on 132nd was that the kids that were playing in the front yard were too loud, and someone needed to close their window, which, like, if you look on, like, complaints, like love, it is on the complaint side, and if that's all you're collecting, that's a downside. But for me, I thought that was an amazing change with what was happening on 132nd. My friends have door knocked on 79th Street, and also there's a lot of people who like what's going on. We've door knocked with a lot of you during the election to get a sense of what's going on, and I would say that we are in support of this as a whole town, not just cyclists. One last thing I want to say as far as our goals. Like, my members, they can't ride on news stories. They can't ride on promises from the city manager. My members can't ride on Instagram reels of the councillors. My members only benefit from infrastructure that goes in, and that's what we're focused on. And this is part of it, but we are not done. We are going to be looking at how administration incorporates your instruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will go to Austin Nielsen-Penner.
Okay, good morning. I live by the Royal Alex Hospital. I would like to share the personal economics of bike lanes to me. My family can only afford one vehicle, so I've used my bicycle to get to work for the last 4 years in both summer and winter. Freeing up a single car has enabled my disabled wife to live a more fulfilling life and even take on a part-time job. I would not have been able to make the 12-kilometer trip to the Celanese EVA plant, which is where I was working when I started biking, if it had not been for the invention of affordable e-bikes, studded tires, which are becoming more well-known now, and a sufficient active transport network. For me personally, I was a new parent at the time, and it was life-changing to have reliable daily exercise with only an extra 20 minutes in each direction for my commute. I saved money on fuel and insurance, but more importantly, my mental health greatly improved. And I felt like I was able to have some small impact into making this place a better place to live through reduction of pollution, as well as reducing congestion and demand for fuel. Vehicle costs have far outpaced inflation, both in terms of the purchase price of cars, as well as the fuel and especially insurance. This year, my car insurance doubled with no accidents. As such, I applaud the rapid deployment that we have seen from the City of Edmonton for the network, especially considering the rising popularity of e-scooters, which exist in an ambiguous state of regulation in terms of how they're actually operated. The fastest way to ease these issues, the tensions that come up from all these different modes, is to have that active transportation network built out as quickly as possible. I haven't written administration to thank them for their work because I didn't realize that they were getting so much negative feedback. But that's why I'm here today, to say that Edmonton's progress on accessible mobility is one of the things that makes me proud to live here, and it breaks my heart to see provincial interference and social media misinformation driving a wedge into something that seems like it should be so common sense. As Albertans, we love to discuss our freedom, and that freedom must absolutely extend to the options available to us when it comes to transportation. As citizens, we continue to be squeezed on the cost of living, which is only going to continue as the climate gets less predictable. An effective active transportation network is not a nice to have, but an essential part of infrastructure, the same as the road network. This is life-saving, life-changing, and economically critical work. I'll see the last 25 seconds.
Thank you. Keita Hill?
Thank you. And I just had one slide, if we could pull that up for the end of the presentation, but I can get started right away.
Are you sure we can wait till the slide comes up before we start your time?
We're just pulling that up now.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keita Hill. So years ago on the City of Edmonton Youth Council, I shadowed a transportation subcommittee meeting. Up for debate was whether to increase the active transportation budget to implement the bike plan. I spoke about the uplifting beauty of riding 9 kilometers through our river valley every morning. I asked that council make it possible for more Edmontonians to share such experiences. I will never forget Mayor Mandel pounding his fist on the table and saying, "Let's get it done." This summer, I've seen that dream coming to life. Edmontonians of all ages are riding, rolling, and smiling. In the program update, I saw that out of over 1,000 recent public comments, scarcely 2% were positive. The report notes it is typical for positive feedback to be shared less frequently than concerns. I am guilty of that exact silence. In fact, I believe 2 of the complaints were 311s that I submitted with some critiques. So I'm here today to correct the record. After that council meeting, I moved to Amsterdam, one of the great bike capitals. And when it was time to choose a permanent home, I built a spreadsheet scoring global cities on housing, nature, and transportation infrastructure. Edmonton beat them all. I moved back, began a second career as a teacher, and I use our active transportation network every day. It brings me immense pride to be a citizen of this city. The question before us is worded delicately, but I will not mince words. Existing roads were built for cars. The question today is whether to fill the gaps in our fledgling active transportation network that occupies a small fraction of our roadways. To build a network that offers genuine choice across the city, we must fill in the 14 gaps that are tabled for reevaluation, even if this means taking away street parking. We do not demand street parking on our urban freeways because we recognize that some corridors must be specialized for movement. The backbone of our active transportation network demands the same logic, and we must act with conviction to build that backbone. However, conviction does not mean a lack of compromise. I fully support administration's call for creative design to maximize capacity. For example, bicycle-activated signals currently trigger a full pedestrian cycle. Shorter bike-specific timings could improve vehicle flow and reduce idling emissions without negative impacts. And if we could turn to attachment 1, page 6, we can see over a meter of empty cross-section to the right of this temporary bike lane. In Amsterdam, bike lanes are primarily marked by red pavement and slight grade differences from the vehicle traveled way, instead of physical dividers that take up precious cross-section. Mirrors are also used to provide visibility around tight corners. In Edmonton, we have wider roads than many other cities, and if we maximize how we use every millimeter, we will build a bike network that matches or even surpasses the great bike capitals. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will go to Blake Johnson.
Hi there, I have a few slides.
You have a few slides. Is that the slides?
Great, it is, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Blake Johnson and I'm a year-round cyclist in Riverbend. I'd like to thank the city administration who created the bicycle plan and congratulate them on accomplishing many of its construction objectives over the past 4 years. I support city council and administration in continuing to accomplish bicycle and multi-mobility objectives over the next budget cycle. Do not pause, stay the course. In the late 1980s, I was educated by Peter Heppelston, an engineer in the city's transportation department, about the 4 E's in building a successful bicycle plan. The 4 E's are engineering, education, enforcement, and enthusiasm. Peter was also an enthusiastic and ardent all-season cyclist, and his stewardship at Edmonton bicycle policy is inestimable. When presenting to council in 2022, I pointed out that there needed to be more focus on education and enforcement and encouragement. The whole plan seemed to be engineering. Moving forward, I hope that the next phase for bicycle infrastructure funding has a more balanced approach with regards to these key elements. The city needs to meet people where they bicycle. Hoping that people look online is not sufficient. The same Same year Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, 1969, I took a pedal pushers course at Afton Elementary School. I loved it. This type of youth bicycle training is still common in Europe as it lowers risk for cyclists and motorists. Now kids are riding e-bikes and other electric mobility devices, and not surprisingly, our medical system is seeing year-over-year increases in accidents. This is just one specific example. The city needs to educate. Next slide, please. The city has to work with the Edmonton Police Service for enforcement. The city has to work with the Edmonton Police Service to help illustrate the penalties for not following the rules of on the road and on the paths and trails. I worked with the police in 1989 when I made a free magazine to promote bicycling in Edmonton. In the magazine, I had an aerial map of the city and the EPS marked where the people could legally ride. I ride almost every day in Terwilliger Park with my dog, and I talk to lots of park users as I slowly overtake them. I know that people do not like it when cyclists and especially e-bikes whip past them at high speeds without ringing their bell. What bell? At Terwilliger, the city has a sign reminding river users to use personal flotation device. How about a sign about how to use the park? Post the rules and guidelines, set the expectations. And on enthusiasm, the city of Edmonton has lots of citizens who are friends and allies of the bicycles, the city's bicycle plan. The city needs to build their network of citizens who want information related to bicycle infrastructure, like announcing new routes and also which routes are closed for construction. This is a perfect use for online communication. When bicycle issues arise or feedback on planning and process is required, the users of this network can quickly give feedback. This could help in community engagement, as the bicycle plan allies can help their neighbors understand the issues or at least be pointed to relevant city resources. The city can also help with enthusiasm and education by working better with the bicycle industry. Bicycle stores have the legally required bell equipment like bells and lights and can help cyclists understand the need for regular maintenance to comply with the law. In conclusion, I urge the city to stay the course, but engage more and be more proactive than reactive. A continued investment in Edmonton's infrastructure builds on generations of work by some great bicycle infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank Blake. Yes, sorry, time seems to stop at the 1 second and not go to 0. But thank you so much for being here. Kristen Constable.
Hello, my name is Kristen. I'm hoping to speak today about our growing frustration on the actual experience of the rollout of the bike lanes on 79th Street and the lack of communication and information being provided to us. We own a home on the affected route on 79th Street in Forest Heights. Back in the fall of 2025, we heard about a possibility of an incoming bike lane. I was interested, reached out to my city councillor, Ashley Salvador, and the active transportation email. We wanted more information. At that point, the reply was that they would be engaging with affected homeowners as the plans were being made and that we would be getting updates. However, this never happened. We listed our home for sale in May of this year. Promptly after, a prospective buyer was actually the one to inform us that we were meant to have all of our street parking taken away. They wanted more information because they were not going to pursue an offer if this were the case. This was the first that we had heard about getting 2 bike lanes, let alone no parking. I was shocked to look at the current active transportation website, which informed that they were now planning on removing not one, but both sides of our parking. Since listing our home, there have been news articles and social media posts about the upcoming removal of the parking. We've had to drop the sale of our price over $60,000 and counting. While obviously not fully to blame, this uncertainty and lack of information to be provided has already proved to detract potential homebuyers and affect our property value. I began to search for more information on when to expect the changes, what other options had been considered, and to ask for the rationale to installing 2 bike lanes rather than just the one. I phoned my city councilor's office 4 times since May to request a callback with information that was pertinent to us selling our home. I emailed 3 times in July alone. I finally received a reply from her representative on July 31st, stating they only knew what was publicly available. They recommended contacting the mayor's office and the active transportation team, which I had already done and received no replies from since May. The lack of engagement and transparency was intentional to prevent meaningful conversations on the topic. My parents are in their 70s with various health issues and make use of our street parking weekly to visit their grandbabies. Our back alleys are not maintained in the winter and are treacherous to navigate. Other family members who were once active and would have loved to cycle to our home now deal with chronic health issues that requires they drive a vehicle. Accessing the home via the back alley only is not a safe solution for seniors relying on taxi or DATS for pickup. I acknowledge the many benefits to cycling. However, there has to be a way to make cycling a safe option while also being realistic and our community members needing to make use of some street parking, whether it's for guests, emergencies, or deliveries, particularly in our community with increased density from multi-unit infills. I'm not against bike lanes on our road. However, making changes that will put the burden on us solely seems unfair. And it seems like changes are being enforced with tunnel vision and disregard. Can we do one bike lane and make use of one bike lane for community members of the living in Forest Heights? There's been critical information that impacts us that has been withheld. We would like you to pause and review.
Thank you very much. And we will now go to Teresa Felling.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for having me here today. My name is Teresa Felling. I've been a year-round commuter cyclist for my entire adult life. Cycling is my primary and preferred means of transport. My husband and I own one car between us. I would like to commend the City of Edmonton for its extant network of bike infrastructure. I consider myself very fortunate to live in one of the most bikeable cities in North America. Biking has allowed me to integrate fitness into my day-to-day life, has saved me tens of thousands of dollars in car-related expenses, and has significantly reduced my environmental footprint. For this, I am very grateful. I can attest that cycling isn't always a breeze, and not just because of winter. When I bike on the roads, as I am legally required to do, I am yelled at, sworn at, honked at, and bullied into the ditch. Drivers become impatient when they are held up by a cyclist on the road, and many are outright hostile. The fact is, it is dangerous to bike in a world designed for cars, and you will feel it if you try it. While biking does have its own inherent risks, the greatest risk by far is that posed by drivers. This is why Edmonton needs designated protected bike lanes. Good bike infrastructure means more than just a painted lane. Without physical barriers to demarcate where the bike lanes are, cars assume bike lanes to be just another car lane. You can tell what makes well-designed, safe bike infrastructure by one metric alone, whether or not families use them. Overwhelmingly, parents only feel safe biking with their children on protected bike lanes that are segregated from the roads by concrete barriers. Barriers like these also calm traffic in residential areas and encourage motorists to drive slower and more cautiously, which in turn makes our communities safer for everyone. All this is in alignment with Edmonton's Vision Zero project, which has the intent of eliminating serious injuries and fatalities on our roads by 2032. Vision Zero stipulates that transportation safety measures should include all modes of travel and acknowledges that those of us who do not travel in a vehicle are at a greater risk of injury in a collision and are therefore entitled to special measures to ensure that we can travel safely and freely. I also want to stress that bike lanes aren't just used by cyclists and e-bike users, but by people on mobility scooters, wheelchair users, parents with strollers, joggers, and dog walkers. Bike lanes take pressure off parking demands and reduce traffic congestion. When people walk, bike, or take transit even some of the time, everyone wins, as it means fewer vehicles on the road at once, as well as less wear on the roads. Bikes emit no emissions, do not add to noise pollution, and do not shed microplastics the way car tires do. I also think it is coercive to require each individual citizen to pay and make room for their own personal vehicle just to be able to function in society, especially given the exorbitant cost of car payments, maintenance, fuel, parking, and insurance. Giving people options means giving them freedom. Consider all the space and resources dedicated to cars and car infrastructure, the parking lots, overpasses, and vast expanse of ugly, heat-absorbing asphalt that cooks our city in the summertime. I'm running out of time, but I appreciate the bike lanes that we have. Please proceed with the active transport network. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Edwin Shale.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? All
Yes,
right.
we can, yep.
Let me just get my notes here. All right. I'm Edwin Shale. I'm actually a driver and a walker, and I think that's important to this conversation. I don't bike too often. I got my bike stolen a couple years ago. But as a driver, these bike lanes are imperative, and we need to keep moving forward. The more people who bike in the city, the more space we have on the road for people who need to drive. I think as we grow to a bigger city, we have no choice but to proceed with active transportation, and it is a culture shift. We are trying to get more people to see that biking is a viable option, that they have a democratic ability to actually move through the city in an affordable way, as it aligns with the council's guiding principles and creating affordable options for people. I think this is the only way for us to proceed forward. I know we talk about, you know, children, and, you know, as much as compelling as children safety and not dying is a good way of making decisions. I think one of the most important.
Awesome. So we have a customer that uses base station
Rachel, can you
for
please-
their existing
Rachel?
routing and some of their functional reporting.
Rachel?
As far as I know, so it's very waste
Rachel,
specific tune.
Rachel. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we'll redo some of your time there.
No worries. It's all good.
Apologize. Can you just go back?
Yeah,
a little
as I
bit?
was saying,
Give him another 30 seconds. Maybe 20 seconds.
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, we talk about children and everything, but functionally speaking, regardless if we had this council, regardless of who's in city administration, bikers are taxpayers at the end of the day, and they have a right to the city as well. These public roads are public roads, they're not private roads, and I know that we have grown accustomed to this courtesy from the city, but the fact of the matter is that we do not pay for them, we do not own them. Those belong to the taxpayers. As hard as that is to digest, it's part of the culture shift that we need to make. But at the end of the day, the real trade-off I see when we're talking about adjusting or making considerations for future build-out is that people will still have their vehicles who need them, who will make that decision accordingly, and it won't be a luxury. And people who want to drive, who need to, or people who need to bike and want to bike, can bike and get around their city. To me, that doesn't really seem like a lose-lose situation. I think everyone comes out being the winner that they need to be. And finally, to council, and what I want to impress upon administration, is this is a culture shift, like I mentioned earlier, in the middle of a culture war with the province. But we should not measure ourselves by the depths of this province cynicism, but the heights of Edmontonians' aspirations. And Edmontonians are proud of the urbanist direction we are taking. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. And sorry about the interruption there. And we'll go to Ian Hosler.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Mayor Knack and committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a senior citizen living in Ward O'Damon and someone whose bicycle is their year-round primary mode of transportation. I recently read the report being presented today and was dismayed at the proposal to cancel planned projects that would have enhanced the safety and connectivity of the active transportation network in Edmonton. I have been a bicycle commuter and recreational rider for over 30 years and have seen a lot of positive changes over that time to make the infrastructure safer for those of us who bike, walk, and roll. As someone who also owns a car, my decision to ride versus drive to any destination is first and foremost often made in consideration of whether there is a protected bike route or shared pathway for the majority of my journey, and only a connected network of active mode infrastructure makes that possible. I had recently interviewed a retiring city staffer about their journey as a transportation planner in Edmonton for close to 30 years and asked if there was ever a time that bike lanes were not political, and not unsurprisingly, the answer was no, there's never been a time where this hasn't been a political discussion. The former council enacted the rapid implementation of key active modes infrastructure to better connect the network, knowing that minimal consultation would occur, which was a political decision. This latest salvo by the province is mostly a distraction from their other failings as a government, but I would urge the current city council to have the political fortitude to move ahead with the infrastructure to support the goals outlined in the city plan, the bike plan, Vision Zero, and climate change plans. There's a lot of talk about trade-offs when installing bike infrastructure in mature neighborhoods, but not in the discussion frequently are the trade-offs already conceded to our auto-centric culture, that our children can no longer safely walk or ride to school, that we have a population where chronic obesity and associated diseases are on the rise, that storage of private automobiles on public space is by some considered a right, and that the cost of installing and maintaining our roads is spiraling yearly. Council has certainly begun to address these issues by approving strategic plans to address these challenges and has started to move the needle in many of these areas. I would urge you to please reject administration's proposal to proposed changes to the 14 routes, enhancing the active transportation network. Edmonton should continue building the safe, connected transportation network council approved rather than abandoning planned connections in anticipation of provincial legislation that has not even been introduced. Thank you for your time and consideration. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you
I
very much.
cede the rest of the time.
Thank you very much. And Marcel Hukulak? Tyrell Brochu.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tyrell Brochu, and I live in Quentwin, less than a block from the 102nd Avenue bike lane. My main transportation option is cycling, but I also walk, take transit, and drive. And I support the active transportation network expansion continuing as planned or even expedited. This investment has played a key role in addressing missing links in the active transportation network so that users have complete, connected, and safe routes. A few years ago, I was riding my bike on an arterial road that will be a future district connector as per the Edmonton Bike Plan Implementation Guide. While shoulder checking, I noticed a truck accelerating behind me. I had a brief moment to avoid being hit. Although it was only a close call, it was the scariest experience I've had on a bike, and I hope that no one has to go through something similar or worse. When we have bike lanes, drivers of vehicles do not have slower moving bicycles, e-scooters, and other mobility devices in their way, and more vulnerable users are separated from large, heavy, fast-moving, and potentially distracted or aggressive drivers. Bike lanes make things better for anyone that chooses or needs to drive. When we have complete, connected, and safe routes, the type of infrastructure that is being built through the active transportation network expansion, we can avoid tragedies, make better use of our streets, and keep people safe. I also bike because it helps me save money, but I recognize that for some, this is less of a choice and more of a necessity. A colleague of mine has shared that the price of the yellow bus for kids is more than doubled in the past 2 years, and her family currently commutes to school by bike for financial reasons. It was going to cost them $210 per month for yellow bus this year, up from $90 per month that it was 2 years ago. So for them, this is no longer a choice. Biking is the only affordable transportation option. And we know that bike lanes can make things more affordable for Edmontonians. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have concluded panel 2. And so I will look to my committee members and council colleagues if they have any questions for the speakers on this panel. I'm not seeing any, so thank you so much again for being here and for sharing your voices with us. I know we have about 15 minutes, and just calling up the next panel would probably take 15 minutes. So what I'm going to suggest is I'm just going to look to if there are any speakers. Let me just look here. Madam Clerk, where should I start for this next panel? On panel, just starting at the top of panel 3 again?
Councillor Rutherford, starting at the top of panel 3 means we would be starting with panelist number 4?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to call out all of the potential panelists for panel 3. However, just because of logistics, if there's anybody in person, I'm going to try to prioritize them so they don't have to stay around for lunch, and they could maybe answer questions remotely. Yeah. So, Laura DeLahey, Laura, are you here? It says in person. Cameron Peters? Okay. Can you come down? And Connor Berry? Yep. Come on down. So those are the only two speakers we'll hear from before lunch, but I do want to just highlight the other speakers that we'll call right after lunch when we come back at 1:30. That would be Laura, as mentioned, Michael Rollinoff, Brad Thiessen, Juliana Weber, Benjamin Frank,
Councillor Rutherford, we also have panelist Cameron Smithers.
is here?
He's here.
Okay, perfect. So we'll hear from those three. And then we will also call out for up to 15. So if you are Jacob Duang, Carl Parkinson, Alexandra Lima, Kelly Gamont, Connor Berry, and Rachel Bembridge should anticipate being called after lunch. Okay, so we will go to Cameron first. Okay, we will go to not Cameron Peters. We'll go to you first.
Good, well, day, councillors. I'm one of between 1% and 5% of the population that is on the autism spectrum. It depends on your definitions. There's a lot of people who are going through the condition undiagnosed, but one of the most common elements of that is some form of sensory overload in the response to noise. I'm incredibly lucky. I have been cycling since I was a young child along the Mill Creek. I have been isolated from the noise of cars that overwhelms me up until the point where I could start managing it around high school, junior high. The very nature of the active transportation expansion has made streets calmer. It has made them quieter. It has made them more accessible to folks like me. And it has made commutes to places like the university less stressful. But I don't think noise from automobiles is something that only affects people on spectrum. Some of the routes that I took when I was a kid out to Fulton Place Elementary before that was closed down were on streets like 79th. But I know from my experience on those commutes that a little kid who is not a meter in height on a bike needs a parental escort. I was lucky in that regard, in that my mother was a teacher at that school. But there was a brief period between grades 5 and 7 where too small for an adult bike, but, not capable of being supervised. A lane like 79th is a huge deal because it puts kids front and center, it makes them visible, it puts them in expected places, and it means that they won't be in a situation like I was in 2013, where from a blind spot, a car T-boned me, sent me flying across a street, and the only reason I am here is a roll of the dice, that I didn't, get a little bit more rotational force, which, may have just snapped my neck. I think the most important element of this infrastructure is avoiding leaving things to chance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now we will go to Connor Berry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First, I'd just like to thank you guys for extending your workday till 9. That seems pretty rough. The first thing I'd like to say is, I could talk about the stats all over again about all of the advantages of cycling, but I think we've gone through that enough. I'd like to reaffirm what Alison McIntosh said about how a lot of what we're seeing in terms of resistance to bike lanes on 79th Street or 50th Street, I don't think it's all just always going to happen. I think a lot of it came down to just like how administration managed the rollout of it. Like, I was door knocking near 79th Street last night, and a lot of people, like, there's obviously some people that were entirely opposed, some people that were entirely for it, but most people just were a little confused about what exactly was going on the street, where the school buses were going to drop off kids, and it wasn't really just opposition to the cycling infrastructure. So in that regard, I'd say like a lot of the problems that have come up that are leading to this change in strategy could be avoided with a better rollout of the infrastructure. Then, in terms of the provincial government and their plans to remove bike lanes or potentially ban them, I'd say that to me it seems a bit short-sighted to immediately just cower away before they've even rolled out the legislation, because A, we don't know when it's coming out. They said late 2026, but last year they were threatening similar legislation as well. And we don't even know what exactly it's going to look like, or if what they're going on through in Ontario with like the legal challenges there, if it even is legal. So I'd say that because of, we shouldn't actually be cutting back on building bike infrastructure, we should actually be advancing it while we still have the right to do so. All these like bike routes are very critical. There aren't replacements in those areas, and I think on the whole, we have like a very limited time to build it, and we should be building it right now. I'm a little surprised that like a lot of these projects weren't even tendered, and it's August. That's quite late into the construction season, but the next best time to do it is right now. So I'd call on all of you to oppose administration's recommendation and continue with the bike plan as is. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Cameron Smithers.
Hello, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I took the original non-confrontational active transportation network to get here, the sidewalk. Today I'm asking you to reject administration's approach to the active transportation network expansion program. For Bonnie Doon, this is not a bike lane debate. It's about traffic calming, safer crossings, and addressing long-standing safety concerns. We started collaborating with the city back in 2021 when a child was struck in our community. We participated in Vision Zero Street Labs to reduce speeding, shortcutting, and to make our neighborhood a safer place to walk and roll. Those measures were described as partial solutions. After several years, the city noted this program as the next step. 3 new routes planned for Bonnie Doon in 2026. We waited. Now council is being asked to approve a modified approach. However, attachment 5 is explicit. Routes that have impact on travel lanes or routes that impact parking will be removed from the expansion program. This is more than a modified approach. It removes a significant number of planned routes from the current program with no commitment to bring them back. What does this mean in practice? My niece and nephew live in Fulton. My wife and I sometimes help with childcare. Bonnie Doon to Fulton is a manageable bike trip if there's safe, connected route. Today, there are high traffic sections and unsafe intersections on 101st Avenue and 50th Street. A missing connection doesn't just weaken the network, it can completely eliminate the trip. For us, that means we're driving instead. Administration points to the financial risk of terminating contracts if future provincial legislation requires it. That risk is merely hypothetical. What is not hypothetical is what is proposed here today. Planned routes will be removed from the program, connections lost, and safety issues will be left unresolved. We should be careful in locking in a known and immediate loss to avoid an uncertain risk. If the province ultimately requires Edmonton to change course, then respond. But council should not self-impose restrictions before the rules exist. I know personally what it's like to have safety infrastructure at stake. My uncle was struck and killed by a driver in a place where sidewalks were considered unnecessary. That experience makes me weary of any known safety gaps unresolved. In closing, I do not ask communities to wait for years for planned safety improvements, then remove them at the final hour. Please reject the modified approach and honor the commitment to building a safe, connected network.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for the loss of your uncle. I think we have time to squeeze in one more speaker, so I'm just going to go in the order of the list. So a last call for Marcel, for this panel, Marcel Hukalak. Jacob Duang, are you online?
Hi, yes, I'm here actually.
Okay, please go ahead with your time.
Thanks. I'll be really brief. Part of the reason why I live where I do in Edmonton is because I live near 4 bike lanes, 76th Ave, 106, 110th, and 83rd. They allow me to get across large parts of the city safely through most of the seasons, even though there's a clearance issue on 76 and 106. It's still pretty good. But there's still wide swaths of the city where I just don't feel comfortable biking. I'm really dismayed that we're looking to, that there was a proposal and then revised a couple times to cancel or pause some of these bike lanes. I'm still not happy with the proposal going forward. I think we need to go back to the plan and just continue as necessary without revising anything. In fact, I would argue that if we know that there's legislation coming forward, what we should be doing instead is we should be accelerating the bike plan. Get as many bike lanes in now before the UCP government makes it harder or impossible for some of these. We should be putting as many new lanes out for tender as possible, building them with as much permanence as possible that makes them harder to remove. And that's the way we fight back against this. That's the way we make sure that it's harder to make people, it's harder to remove these safety measures. And that's how I think that council should proceed. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you. And we're keeping a good cadence. So I'm going to keep running to see if there's another person online that is part of this panel. Carl Parkinson, are you online at this time?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
Sure, I don't have a presentation, just speaking.
You're speaking to it, yeah.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the proposal from administration to pause new active transportation construction, specifically the ones that require reallocating a vehicle lane or on-street parking. I think we need, as other people have said, we need to be honest about what is happening here. In fact, this issue is larger than bike lanes. There is a concerted, coordinated, and partisan attack on the governing authority of Edmonton City Council occurring by the Alberta government and their supporters. It is no coincidence that Transportation Minister Devin Dreeshen first spoke about bike lanes when a certain councillor who previously ran as a UCP candidate was acting as mayor in 2025. Nor is it a coincidence that the recent visit by the minister in Capilano was organized by a UCP party member. It is also not a coincidence that a UCP constituency president is leading efforts to have the province overturn our zoning bylaws. We also need to be honest about what will happen should this proposal be adopted. This will not be a pause. These projects will be canceled by the province and never built. Street safety will continue to deteriorate, and people who are just trying to get around our city safely will be injured and killed. I would like to believe that there are enough councillors here who believe in both the safety of our streets and the importance of local democracy. You do not, in fact, have to cowardly cede your governing authority to the province without a fight. The province wants to prevent new bike lanes from being built and rip out existing ones, then let the blood be on their hands. We do not have to surrender in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are just a few minutes away from our lunch break, so we will take our recess now. But as I mentioned, we will continue with panel 3 and on to panel 4. And again, if you were missed and you were in one of the first panels, we will do a call as a final panel for anybody that was missed in those panels. So everybody that wants to will still have an opportunity to speak in the afternoon. and we will reconvene at 1:30. So thank you so much. We are on recess for until 1:30. Okay, and I would like to call this meeting back to order. And again, just going to do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette? And then Mayor Knack? They might be joining later. And then again, as mentioned, sorry, I'm having technical issues, so I don't have Google Meet logged in right now. But I know we are, while not in chamber, we are joined by many of our council colleagues listening into this conversation. And so we're going to continue with panel 3 now. I'm just going to read out the remainder of the panelists in this panel. And if you're here online, please just say hello, and if you're in person, again, we'll guide you to your seat. So we have about 10 more speakers in this panel to go. Alexander Lima. Kelly Gaumont.
Yes, sorry, I'm here.
You're here? Okay. That's Kelly or Alexander?
Kelly.
Kelly? Okay. Rachel Bembridge?
Yep, remote.
Okay, thank you. Renee Weisberg? Laura Harding?
Remote here.
Perfect, thank you. Dean Drysdale? James Phillips? Jason Wang? Melissa Starosta?
Here online.
Okay, thank you. Paul Starosta?
Here online.
Thank you, Paul. You are coming in really faint.
Okay.
So when we come back to you, we'll just check your mic but I just want to
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better. Thank you.
Okay.
And Justin
Thank you.
Wheeler?
Yes, I'm here, remote.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then we're going to circle back to, sorry, just one sec. And then we are, Dean Drysdale. Dean Drysdale. Okay, and then we are going to circle back to Noah Aklilu. David Barry. Sorry, I can't see what that's.
Noah's raised his hand to say he's present.
Okay, so Noah is here. Okay. And then so David Barry was the last one I called, correct? And then Dave Sutherland. Kevin Wertanen.
He's away. He emailed us. He's away.
Okay. Hannah Davidson.
Yep, online.
Okay. Carly Chen.
Yes.
Okay. And how many are we at now, Madam Clerk? We're at 13, I think, if by my count, but I just want to double check.
I have 11, including Dean Drysdale.
Did D?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, then I'll keep going. So then it'll be Merlin Chen. Sorry, did Merlin say they were here?
We did not catch that.
Okay. And then Paige Porton. Mike Hube. Laura Delahaye. Yeah, come to any spot that you would like. Just go sit over and yep. Michael Rollinghoff. Brad Thiessen. Juliana Weber. Benjamin Frank. And Marcel Husulak. Okay, so that will be the last call we'll do for all the panels then. We've called names at least a couple times now, and so we'll continue with this panel and start with the first speaker that I called for this panel, which was Alexander, but they weren't there. Kelly Gaumont. So please go ahead with your time, Kelly.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kelly. I've lived most of my life in the greater Edmonton area. I've been both a driver and a cyclist. I've driven in and around Edmonton in 2 different professional capacities, in a private vehicle as a youth support worker and in an ambulance as a primary care paramedic with AHS EMS. I also studied urban planning as part of my undergraduate degree, majoring in human geography. I'm speaking today in staunch opposition to the attempted rollback of the Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Program. There's a lot of things I could say from the perspective of an urbanist, a healthcare worker, a cyclist, as to why we desperately need proper, safe, well-connected, protected infrastructure, bike lanes, shared use paths, improved pedestrian crossings, and many more. The thing is that all of you, everyone here, already knows the reasons why active transportation networks are needed. Council knew this infrastructure was necessary. That's why this plan was carefully considered, the funding allocated, everything put into place at the beginning of the budget cycle. There seems to be only one reason for this proposed course change, and that is, this is reading directly from a council report, changes to provincial legislation with respect to municipal bike lane authority under the Traffic Safety Act are anticipated. So my understanding, and the understanding of my fellow concerned citizens here, is that admin is attempting to comply in advance with this vexatious threat from the provincial government that is intended to have a chilling effect on the autonomous decisions of the City of Edmonton. And I understand municipal powers are legally, they're delegated by the province. However, the real issue here is that we have a provincial government packed with authoritarians who are trying to insert themselves in city decisions that any reasonable person can say is not their business. The people of this city voted again and again for candidates that would bring them a more walkable, livable, functional, sustainable city, and we have a long way to go on that. If the provincial government wants to interfere with the democratic will of the people of Edmonton, this should be gravely concerning to everyone. The existing plan is not a problem that needs to be fixed. The provincial government, and specifically the Transportation Ministry, is the problem here. So the main message I aim to send to council today is complying in advance will not appease these people. These are schoolyard bullies masquerading as adults. If you take a step backward, they will take 2 steps forward. We will not achieve anything by yielding ground before a confrontation has even started. We will not change anyone's minds by immediately ceding to their irrational demands. Anyone who has worked or lived with manipulative people can attest to this. The council was elected to fulfill its mandate. I'm asking the admin to do its job, build exactly what it promised to build, and stand tall against the province. Do not pause a single project. If the UCP is going to threaten heavy-handed intervention, then make this a PR nightmare for them. Make the media understand that this is the province trying to waste the city's money. Do not back down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Rachel Bembridge.
Hi, good afternoon, folks. Apologize for the earlier interruption.
balancing work with trying to join committee hearings. So, not to open up the perennial, do young people even work these days debate. I'm a resident of Ward and Neerlick. I own a car. I drive it up to Atchison for client calls. I drive it to friends' homes when I have things that are too heavy to bring around. And I try to use it as my bike as much as I can in the city. So when I don't have to drive, I prefer not to. Even during this recess over lunch, I biked down to Akentuan to buy coffee. And along the way, I'm going to be working and stopping my way through on my way to Beverly for a doctor's appointment. So instead of just driving all the way through, I'm going to actually be contributing to our local economy. So small business owners, big win. And as I think previous speakers have alluded to, or just directly said, you guys all know the reasons. So I'm here to speak to hold my counselor and the committee to account for their position that they have been elected on and that they have publicly stated several times that they support. So let's get her done. So let's tackle the elephant in the room, which is obviously the province. So risk management, obviously it's a key practice in any project, but you know what? Risk aversion is what kills them. So being unwilling to properly manage your risks and trying to hide from them, trying to preemptively comply to somebody that says something mean to you in a private meeting rather than sticking with the facts. So the province is out there trying to do their best to show you how big and scary their hammer is. They literally made up an entire website just to make it look big and scary and to draw out complaints. They're literally asking only for negative feedback. And they'll find anybody to put that together. So the key fact here, though, is that legislation hasn't even been tabled yet. It's nowhere near the floor. It hasn't been ascended. It hasn't been voted for. It literally does not exist. It is a specter in the gleam of a minister's eye and their office's eye, where they're telling people, hey, come to this back room. Let me tell you the scary thing we're going to do to you. It doesn't exist until it's literally been signed off. So why are we wasting my taxpayer money? Why are we wasting your money on preemptively complying? I get it. We're trying to cover our bases. That's risk management. But I feel like we are really diving hard into the drop everything and skirt away just because somebody said something in a back room through normal channels. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything untoward. The city, though, received some information that was a hint, not a fact. So why are we complying in advance? Don't waste my money to do it. Make the province stick up their tack to make sure that we actually, they have that statement out in the world in the media. So administration obviously feels it needs to pivot and pivot now. I'm going to assume the best political and engineering intentions from them. And it's an indicator to me that they don't feel like their council or their city management leadership will stand up for them when it comes time to defend these projects. So the province comes knocking, everybody rolls downhill and says, hey, I live in St. Albert. I don't really care. Have at her. Sorry about that. So I really hope that's the worst version of it. And I really hope we can depend on our city council and city leadership to actually defend these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to Lauren Harding. Lauren, are you still with us?
Sorry, yes. Apologies. I'm parenting and trying to participate. And that's
go ahead.
Okay, so just a moment. I'm going to pull up my notes. Okay. Yeah, so I'm coming today as somebody who lives in King Edward Park. I'm also a mother of school-aged children. And I am speaking against the amendment under discussion and in support of the 79th Street bike lane. I could bring my perspective as a cyclist or a social scientist or an environmentalist. Instead, I am speaking from my position as a mother trying to parent in an urban area while living with a disability. I'm a third generation Edmontonian. And I was very enthusiastic about moving to King Edward Park because of abilities to participate in active transportation and public transportation for myself and for my children. The proposed bike lane along 79th Street would enhance the safety of my children who attend Avonmore Elementary School. It will help them connect safely to the library, the pool, playgrounds, and parks, and their friends' houses. As a parent I like the idea of a separated bike lane because I do not have to worry as much about their safety as they explore their neighborhood as they get older. I want to emphasize that street parking creates safety hazards for my children crossing the street. It's very difficult for them to see around parked vehicles, and parked vehicles block driver's view of my children. I also want to speak about my inability to drive. I am 42 years old and I have a medical condition and I have never had a driver's license. Edmonton is a very difficult city to work, raise children in without a driver's license. I'm lucky that my husband can drive. However, I sometimes feel like a second-class citizen and not fully an adult in this city because everything is so much infrastructure, so many everyday errands that we need to run as parents, as adults, as workers, are centered around obligatory car ownership. I'm asking the council to please consider the needs of those of us who can't drive, but still want to participate in our communities and travel freely. To me, as a person with a disability, cycling is freedom and gives me independence in a city and a culture that was not built for me. And I will cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. And Dean Drysdale?
Yes. Present. Hello?
Hello, yes. Yes, it's your turn to speak.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to start by saying that I live in one of the affected neighborhoods, and it's very disappointing to see that the city council has made no effort to notify the affected residents, but have lobbied the bike user groups to show up in swarms to speak their side. But the residents affected have been more or less kept in the dark on this issue. In addition to that, it comes down to a fact that everybody seems to think that it needs to be bike lanes or no bike lanes, safety or no safety. Why can the city council not figure out a way to add bike lanes without removing traffic and parking the way other successful cities do it? This seems to be completely ignored by the bike community, which I am a part of. They can build bike lanes beside roads. They can make dual use pathways for pedestrians and bikes. We do not need to take away infrastructure that is in place, that has been paid for, that is already over capacity to hand it over to a very tiny minority of users. And the reports just came out that there was around 2.8 million bike trips last year. That calculates out to about 2.3 users, or 2.3 uses per Edmontonian per year. So we are going through all of this money and all of this conflict so that people can use this just over 2 times a year. That doesn't make fiscal sense when we are already a city that is going backwards, raising taxes, removing services. It just doesn't make any sense. From the city's own reports, there are around 2.4 million car trips per day. Okay, so if you sit down and calculate it out, the annual regular bike users equate to 0.3% of total transportation uses when you include bike trips, car trips, and LRT trips. So why are we pandering to and giving special treatment to 0.3% of our population? Find a way to give them infrastructure that keeps them safe while also keeping infrastructure for the most used modes of transportation.
Thank you. And now Melissa Starosta.
Hi, here. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, hello. I'm speaking today as a Holyrood resident who would be directly affected by the anticipated 79th Street route. By profession, I work in government policy analysis, where much of my work involves assessing risks and trade-offs and evaluating whether decision makers have the information they need to make informed decisions. It was from that perspective and that of an impacted resident that I'm reviewing the package today. In the package, administration acknowledges that engagement was limited and that the bike plan envisioned opportunities for community input during the planning and design of individual routes, but that approach was modified to support rapid delivery. That change is important. The bike plan established a vision for a network. It did not provide impacted residents with the opportunity to evaluate the specific trade-offs proposed for individual corridors. Administration also recognizes that mature neighborhoods are experiencing significant cumulative change through infill development, transportation disruptions, and active transportation projects occurring simultaneously. And it further acknowledges that parking removal has been amongst the most difficult impacts associated with implementation. The report suggests that impacted residents may be able to rely on rear access parking where available or use nearby streets. However, this council removed minimum parking requirements for new development, while simultaneously encouraging density in mature neighborhoods. Those policy choices may each have merit individually, but together they create important questions about future curbside demand. What I did not find in the materials before committee was evidence of corridor-specific parking occupancy studies for planned routes, a quantified assessment of current and future parking demand, or a detailed mitigation strategy to address the combined impacts of increasing density and parking removal for bike lane. I'm not suggesting that parking should override every other consideration. I'm suggesting that before new projects begin construction, that the impact should be clearly understood and supported by evidence. Given the uncertainty of anticipated legislation changes, I believe it's responsible to carefully evaluate projects that have not yet proceeded to avoid unnecessary public expenditures and the environmental impacts associated with installing, modifying, and potentially removing infrastructure before its useful life has been realized. From a governance and policy perspective, that approach makes sense. When an organization identifies lessons learned and recommends a revised approach, it's justified to apply those lessons learned before proceeding. That is not opposition to active transportation. That is good governance, and that is sound decision-making. Supporting administration's recommendation does not reject the bike plan, and it does not abandon long-term objectives. For those reasons, I respectfully ask committee to support administration's recommendations.
Thank you. And now Paul Starosta.
Hello, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please go ahead.
That's fine right here? Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Paul, and I'm an architect with extensive experience designing master plans and multimodal transit networks across a variety of urban scales, from New York City to Halifax, all the way to Hangzhou, China. Additionally, my academic research focused on the Netherlands' active transportation infrastructure, which is also often considered the gold standard of active transportation. I am also directly affected by the bike lane on 79th Street in Holyrood. I'm firmly in favor of well-designed bike lanes. However, successful infrastructure requires deep community integration over top-down execution. The current 79th Street proposal is short-sighted and exposes a stark contradiction in City Council's own current planning policies. First, consider the policy contradiction regarding parking. Just months ago, this council eliminated on-site parking requirements for new developments to encourage density. Yet the recommendation before you today suggests that when on-street parking is removed for active transportation, residents can simply use rear access parking or nearby roadways. If infill development continues at the accelerated rate this council wants, what rear access parking will actually be left? Furthermore, why are existing residents expected to rely on rear alleys when new developments are exempt from those same expectations? Stripping 7 kilometers worth of on-street parking where these vehicles will go creates a permanent necessity for the majority of people. Second, this creates an impossible equation for local accessibility. By eliminating both required on-site parking and public on-street parking, you create a direct barrier to universal property access. Specifically, 3 distinct residential blocks along 79th Street in Holyrood span over 1,000 feet long. Stripping parking away along a 1,000-foot residential stretch effectively turns a friendly neighborhood road into a thoroughfare. While some residents have backyard access for now, this completely cuts off reasonable front door access for emergency vehicles, deliveries, utilities, and vulnerable family members trying to visit during the winter months. We cannot prioritize the wants of able-bodied individuals over the fundamental mobility. The administration's recommendation to take a modified approach and pause the construction of the planned routes. Given the contextual complexities of these bike lanes, we must not proceed until a rigorous localized parking and traffic study is conducted in all the affected neighborhoods, where all residents that are directly affected are consulted, not just a select few, especially along 79th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. And just pulling up the list again. I understand that there's a few people that joined, but they joined after I did the call, so I'm actually just going to still continue to go through, and then we will do one last call for anybody that's here that hasn't had a chance to speak that was registered. So we will go to Noah now. I believe that's next, right? Yeah. So Noah, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm here as a private citizen. I am an engineer by training. I have a postgraduate degree in engineering as well, but that's not my area of expertise. I'm coming from a personal experience point of view. I live in a government center neighborhood where, unfortunately, we're in the one pocket that's not served by bike lanes. There are bike lanes to the north of us, there are bike lanes to the east of us, and then if you go far enough, there are bike lanes to the west of us. This has created an interesting situation for my family. I've actually been in contact with the city on a number of occasions trying to get bike lanes installed because I have young kids, one of whom actually was almost run over by a car recently while she was trying to ride her bicycle. She calls it being ham sandwiched. Unfortunately, this is a regular concern for us. We are seeing increased usage of the sidewalks by bicycles because of the lack of infrastructure. There are a lot of vehicles moving around. I personally started using my bicycle to commute around downtown because I stumbled across the one on 2nd Ave bike system that was in there and realized it was more efficient for me to use my bike to drop off my daughter at preschool and then proceed to work. I support actually the acceleration of this plan. I think it's worthwhile to put the infrastructure in. Infrastructure is never static. It will evolve over time. But where we appear to be heading is definitely positive. I am seeing an increased number of cyclists in my neighborhood of all demographics. The one area, unfortunately, we're not seeing a lot of is young people because they're too terrified to ride their bikes around. If they go on the roads, they're competing with cars, which, as I've noticed, is a hazard. One of my kids has actually been hit by a car, which resulted in charges against that particular driver. The situation we have at the moment is unsafe. And in no way are we encouraging people to use bicycles by doing things like delaying plans or pulling them out. I'm against the city's administration's recommendation to pause the plan. I think we need to roll forward and realizing that over time and over the decades, these things would just have to evolve. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, just going to the list. This is where it gets wonky because I'm now overlapping with my other. Who is next, Madam Chair? Chair Clerk? I'm the chair. Oh my gosh.
We called on Speaker Hannah Davidson.
Okay, then I started circling instead. Okay, thank you. Hannah Davison.
Yeah, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Awesome. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Awesome. Hi, Council. Thanks so much for having me. I'm a Gold Bar resident. I have a picture on the screen here that I took myself. I commute from Gold Bar to Nate for work. I just wanted to speak a little bit about my experience being a homeowner in this area. I'm a young person. I bought my home just 2 years ago. I was previously living in Ritchie, which is an area pretty well serviced by bike lanes, and I was able to take a bike lane pretty much from my front door to work, completely protected year round. Really cheap. I don't like to pay $15 a day for parking at Nate, so I ride my bike. I also sold my car, so my household was able to go from 2 cars to 1 because of this bike lane availability. And using this, we were able to save a lot of money towards our house. We were priced out of Ritchie, so we ended up going to Gold Bar, and a big part of that decision was looking at the city bike plan. So seeing where bike lanes were planned, how they could get me to work, and when they would be was a big factor in our home buying decision. So here on 50th Street pictured, the bike lane was supposed to go in 2026. Yet to see that happen, there's been a lot of outcry about it, but I was really hoping to speak today to council to think about how decisions made to halt, pause, stop, rollover for the provincial government may affect people who really relied on those documents to guide huge decisions like buying a home. I would like to urge them to reject administration's proposal to halt this and just kind of hope that the provincial government will stop bike lanes for them. I do think that's a weak proposal to give when we all voted in this last municipal election about what we wanted. And majority was that councillors were re-elected on their bike platforms. There's a really strong level of support for bike lanes and safety and pedestrian safety in Edmonton. We see ourselves drifting further away from Vision Zero, which is really sad to see. But overall, I think that residents are pushing for more infrastructure that keeps people safe. This includes the guy in the picture, kids in the stroller on the back, sandwiched between the door zone of a car and an oncoming SUV. It's currently not safe on 50th Street, and I'm really looking forward for when the 50th Street bike lane goes in, and I can fill that gap of my commute as it's currently the most unsafe. Thank you. I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you. And now I will go to Carly Chen.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're kind of, can you try again?
Hello?
Hi, you're a bit muffled. Try.
I can try. Let's try this.
Carly?
Carly?
I see Carly.
Hello?
Hi.
There we go.
There you go. Now we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carly Chen. I am a huge fan of using city amenities without being killed by a driver. It's one of my favorite things. I love it. Protected bike lanes have let me and my child attend school and work. We've been able to go to summer camps that we wouldn't otherwise have been able to access swimming lessons and connect with friends. If there's not a safe, protected, connected route to our destination, it often means that we just can't go. And although the city has certainly improved our infrastructure in the past 10 years or so, there are still many gaps in the network, which is exactly the problem that this active transportation network expansion plan is trying to address. So city planners have included protected bike lanes in that plan because we know that they work to keep everyone, pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, safer as they travel within our city. They also work to decrease long-term traffic congestion and save Edmontonians money by providing a safe alternative to driving, which is noted in the city's climate implementation priorities that I believe you'll see next week. Council has already approved the transportation network expansion plan, and we deserve to see it completed as intended. I ask that we not preemptively eviscerate our own safety infrastructure just because the province is threatening to hurt us again. We definitely shouldn't do it because we value parking spaces over safe active transportation. Instead, be loud in support of our decisions as a city. Ask the province why, as fuel costs rise, They would want to push their constituents away from using one of the cheapest and simplest possible forms of transportation. Ask why they feel it's acceptable to further endanger the lives of Albertans for a cheap shot culture war gimmick. Please reject administration's proposal. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. And now we will go to Laura. Please go ahead.
Did I miss mine?
No.
Sorry, I'm not sure your mic's on. That I can hear it click. Now try.
My name is Laura. I live in the Holyrood neighborhood, Ward Métis. I love Edmonton. I've lived and cycled here for 45 years. I've owned and driven a car for 16 of those. I've got a really good idea of what cycling is like in our city. I've crossed north to south, east to west. I rode to Mill Woods from Holyrood in all kinds of weather. Get to my shopping, cafes, shows, dentists, protests. Tell you a lot about the bike paths as well. The gravel, the snow piles where I got hit when a car crossed the bike path. I can tell you about the corner I rode by for 20 years on my way to work, and the very same corner where a 13-year-old cyclist was recently left for dead. I'll accept the cycling in the city is sometimes very good in some places, and it's improving. We've been advocating for this for a very, very long time, so some of it got done. I was delighted to find out that I was getting a bike path in my own neighborhood, right around the corner on 79th Street. The missing connection filled in for me. No more being doored, no more dodging around parked cars. The kids can get to school intact. The seniors can ride to the senior center. And I was chagrined when my very good neighbor came around with flyers opposing the bike lane. So I asked why, because she said, nobody ever rides their bike here. Nobody rides in the winter. The seniors can't get around. They'll take away our green space. Family and friends won't be able to visit. And I learned something listening to my neighbor. We've created a bit of a monster with some help from the Minister of Transport. We've made excuses, pinched pennies, done cycling infrastructure so very badly, we've put people off bike lanes, and we're starting to do it again. We'll say, we'll just modify that idea, pull back a little, paint a line instead of a curb, skimp in the signals, and we forget that we're building cities for people. And I can hear the Chamber of Commerce right now. This is a car city, always has been, always will be. Tell that to the people who've gathered here for thousands of years. Tell that to my friend in a wheelchair, just wants an accessible route to the corner store on her own time, by herself. The kids taking the train with their dad down to the river valley for a bike ride. Guys cycling to work on 34th Street, north of where the sidewalk ends. My granddaughter, she doesn't drive over to visit me because she's 14. The cops on their bikes in Churchill Square. The sketchy dudes who bring their bikes onto the LRT, the toddlers and their push bikes on their way to the spray park. They all have reasons to move around the city and the right to choice. They are us. Please move ahead with a planned cycling infrastructure, especially on 79th Street. Fund transportation that makes sense for all of us. Gives choice to each Edmontonian, even the invisible ones. Build for people, not cars, not ministers, not property values. Got a letter yesterday from Minister Dreeshen. He writes, local authorities allocate funding and resources to the projects in their areas which best meet their local needs. That's on us, right here, right now. Please make the choice to serve local needs. I say the locals need safe, well thought out transportation choices that bring joy and serve community. And the kids in Holyrood where I live, they walk to school, they bike to Kenilworth, and now they're on their way to Harry Ainley by the train. Choices for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to James Phillips.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead with your time, please.
Okay. So for about the last year, when 132nd, I'm from sorry, which ward was it? Ward Dene. Since the 132nd Avenue bike lane became controversial, I've been participating in a weekly Packing Town bike club where we bike in around new bike trails in the Northeast to see how they go. And last week we went from 66th Street to 129th Avenue to Veg Fest, and we were blocked at 82nd Street because the bike route's still under construction, so we went on the more southerly route. So one of the criticisms of these bike lanes is nobody uses them, but nobody uses them because they're not continuous yet. There's gaps. What else do I want to mention? Oh yeah, another complaint I've heard is that cars get stuck behind buses. Now there's only one car lane. That actually might be a good thing from a traffic flow perspective because cars are the least space efficient vehicle available in the city. So basically nobody takes a bus by choice. It's always faster to go by car. So if the car's forced to wait for the bus, it gets more people on the bus, which will actually have more throughput. And it's kind of orange pilled by not just bikes. Video entitled "Do Your Buses Get Stuck in Traffic?" The video about the Downtown paradox and explains just that. Basically, the thesis of that video is that there's nobody who really diehard cyclist or diehard car driver or diehard bus rider. They just want the most efficient way to get where they're going. And the problem with cars is that they take up so much space, there's no room for everybody to get where they're going. And I think that's about all I have to add. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to Jason Wang. He's just running over.
All right, this is on, right? Okay.
Yep, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thank you, committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to urge you to build out the active transportation network expansion as planned, especially as it is already behind schedule. And I wanted to tell you about how my family has been impacted by the active transportation networks that have already been built as a reason for why we need to keep building quickly. My family first moved here in 2000 from China, and we could not afford a car. But my parents wanted to integrate us into the community and to the city. The first thing we got were bikes to get around. I fondly remember in the summer of 2001 biking to the Heritage Festival, feeling so welcomed there by the city. And of course that's in Horlock Park. And we biked through the McKinnon Ravine from Britannia Youngstown near Mayfield, where we lived. That trip was only possible because previous councils had prioritized active transportation. After a few years, we moved to Millwoods, where we bought a townhouse. I was lucky to live next to a school field, spending my summer days there in the Green Shack program without needing to cross any roads. My parents felt completely safe letting me out the door. As I grew older, I biked with my friends to the public library in Millwoods for the summer reading program, the air conditioning, and to play games on the computer there. But when we moved south of the Henday to Rutherford, we were suddenly surrounded by asphalt and collector roads. My younger brother never had the same opportunities that I did, and he turned out very differently from me. Nowadays, as a resident near 76th Avenue, which I picked because I want my future kids to have the same benefits that I did, I'm so happy to see families out on the lanes, on the active transportation lanes, seeing kids play out in the front yards where those lanes offer protection and security. And those same kids, I love to see running their lemonade stand near those lanes where there is street parking, but I've never seen drivers stop to buy lemonade. I've only seen cyclists and pedestrians stop for them. So my parents moved to Edmonton because of economic opportunity, freedom, and to give me a better life. And Edmonton has delivered. Offering all of these public services and in a connected way has given me and my family that freedom and opportunity. I want more Edmontonians in all wards to experience that same freedom that I've been privileged to experience. And even, as a driver now, I feel the same way. I want more people to be able to use active transportation. And again, as the reports note, the implementation is already behind schedule. Based on some quick analysis that I've done on open data, lane kilometers have grown by 50% since 2014, and our other infrastructure isn't. I ask that we not only stick to the plan, but do everything we can to get it done as soon as possible. It's time to build Edmonton build. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Justin Wheeler.
Hello. Apologies, I'm off camera because I'm driving right now with the hands-free device.
Good.
I wanted to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. I'm here to speak against the proposal to preemptively obey with a ridiculous proposal from the provincial government to restrict the authority of municipal governments to serve the citizens that live here in Edmonton and in every municipality across the province. I agree with a lot of what's been said before, so I'll try not to repeat it. I think a few key points that are maybe new or worth amplifying. One, we're lucky to live in a representative democracy. We just had a municipal election not too long ago. The bike plan and active transportation plan was a known thing at that time, and this council was voted in with that known condition. So when you think about the feedback of the few, including the few that are here today on both sides, that is nothing compared to the billion citizens that voted in the election and elected this council in the context of this plan. The second thing I want to share, sorry about the beeping, is just a personal story. So I'm a driver, I'm driving right now. I'm also a biker. This year I had a transplant, and after that transplant, I was not allowed to drive for at least 3 months, which meant that for my almost daily appointments, I either had to have someone drive me or I had to find another way to get to the hospital from our home in Blatchford. Initially, that meant that my wife also had to be on leave from work, not just me on leave from work, so that she could drive me to and from the hospital and wait there while I did my various appointments, physio and blood work, etc. It was such a relief within about 4 weeks when I was finally able to switch. I wasn't allowed to use a bike yet, but I was allowed to use an electric scooter. And because there was a protected bike lane that had been recently installed along 113th Street, I was able to safely get myself to the hospital, which meant that my wife could go back to work. And I had a lot more freedom, and I was severely immunocompromised, so it wasn't safe to be on public transit. So this was a safe way for me to get to and from my appointments that really supported and is supporting my recovery from my surgery. This is just one of many examples of the uses of what we call bike lanes. It's not just bikes, it's elderly people on mobility devices, it's people on scooters, it's kids learning to ride bikes or scooting to school. I've seen new immigrants using them. I've seen unhoused people using them. I've seen low-income people who don't afford a car or don't have a license using bike lanes. It's an important part of our infrastructure. Nope. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin.
Bye.
And that concludes. Does any member of committee or council have any questions for this panel? I'm just going to wait to see if there's anybody on the, okay, and there's nobody on the list. And then I will, just before we go to questions of administration, I will just do one final. Is there anybody in chambers or online present that was registered and has not had an opportunity to speak? Okay, hi, Carly, yes?
You have to say it's Merlin. Merlin.
Carly's here, okay, and then who?
Merlin Chen.
Oh, Marlon Chen, not Carly Chen. Okay, Marlon.
Merlin Chen.
Marlon Chen, okay, sorry. Who's Ray? Ray?
Oh, sorry, that's Renee. Renee Weisberg. I'm here now.
Renee, okay. Is that everyone? And then nobody in chambers. Okay, Merlin, please go ahead with your time.
Bike lanes. Against the administration's recommendation. What makes a bike lane? Well, that's a very interesting question. Bike lanes can sometimes be classified as protected spaces separated from cars using concrete or a painted picture of a bike. Which one is better? Well, if a driver isn't, the one with concrete offers protection. If a driver isn't paying attention, the protected bike lane will prevent them from dealing too much damage. The painted bike shell, however, has no such use. If a driver isn't looking where they're going, a painting the size of a small oven isn't going to help. Furthermore, if you look closely, you'll see a single file sign posted on a lamp telling people to go on the road. Assuming there were no protected bike lanes, as you can see in this picture, the closest thing to one is a painting, going on the road would mean going into a lane filled with cars with no protection. Do you want that? Going into a space where one wrong move can risk your life? No. Build those protected bike lanes. 2019 survey. At this point, you might be asking yourself, why do we need bike lanes? There are far more cars than bikes in Edmonton. And that's true. So why build bike lanes? Because a survey conducted in 2019 shows that more than 70% of Edmonton's population would choose to ride a bike if given better conditions for it. The interested but concerned, that would be the orange section in the pie chart, represents the people who would like to ride a bike under better conditions. Again, that's more than 70% of Alberta, of Edmonton's population. 70% whose voices aren't even being heard right now. But we can change that. Please reject administration's recommendation.
Are you done? Okay, you can say so.
I'm done.
You're done. Thank you, Merlin, and sorry for mixing you up with Carly, who already spoke. Renee, please go ahead with your time.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to thank everybody for giving me this time to speak. I understand bike lanes are essential. I 100% agree with the addition of bike lanes in areas that are high density, but as someone in the community who lives directly on 79th Street, I feel like sick to my stomach just thinking about how my street and my neighborhood will be negatively affected by this specific project. So I'm specifically looking for them to address kind of like the concerns, especially within our neighborhood of Holyrood. I bought a house my first time home. I was so excited. I love Edmonton. I've lived in it my whole life. And I recently bought a house on 79th Street. And after learning about this change that will happen, I feel just honestly like sick. I feel like I made a mistake. And I still believe bike lanes are valuable, but I feel like they should be well thought out. And I feel like people just need to have a little bit more empathy for people that are going to be negatively affected by the changes. So I just want them to reconsider and put a little bit more thought and time into the people within communities, for example, like that live directly on new paths, and how we can make it a little bit more, have a little bit more compromise. So I do hope that they will just take a look at the plans and put a little bit more thought and time and consideration to people that are directly affected. So I still think that we should have bike lanes. I still think that they're important in the community. I don't think it has to be black or white. I just think a little more consideration and time into these new bike lanes and new routes, just to make it a little like some type of compromise for people that live in the neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you. That concludes our final speakers. Any questions for the two final speakers? I'm going to assume none because that's been so far we haven't had any questions. So we will move on now to, first of all, before we move on, thank you everybody for your time, energy, in joining us today and sharing your thoughts on this topic. Yeah, it's just, on behalf of my colleagues, we really appreciate hearing from the public and appreciate everybody adjusting their timing so that we could fit in all the speakers today. And Councillor Jans, you selected this item, so I will go to you for questions first.
Of administration or the speakers? Because
Administration.
Okay.
We're at administration speak. We're asking questions to administration now, so we'll just give them 1 minute to get to their seats before you start your questions. But yes, we are on questions of administration now on this report.
To be honest, I'm happy to defer. I don't have any questions right now. I'm really interested in the subsequent motions.
Okay, and for the record, I'm not going to entertain as the chair any subsequent motions until we get through the agenda. So there can be a primary motion on this item, and then we will go to the next items on our agenda, because there are speakers that have been patiently waiting on those items as well. And when we finish our agenda, we can either come back to subsequents, or they can be made as notices of motion so that we can actually get through today. So I just want to be clear that there won't be any subsequent debates until the end of the agenda, so we can get through. So I will go to Councillor Salvador then.
And just to the chair, I do have a motion. Do you want to get through questions first, or can I put that on the floor?
It's committee, so you can put the motion on the floor, and then people can ask general questions about the report, or questions about your motion. Please go ahead.
I'll move that administration continue implementation of the Active Transportation Network Expansion Program in accordance with the previously approved scope of capital profile CM-20-0330. Point 2, immediately advance procurement for all tender-ready routes as identified in Attachment 3 of the August 2026 Infrastructure Services Report IS 03688, and maximize remaining construction season, including advancing partial and accelerated construction. And 3, where construction cannot proceed in 2026, complete all design work and ensure procurement readiness in advance of the 2027 construction season, scheduling construction for the earliest feasible opportunity in 2026.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. First, thank you to all the speakers for being here today. I really appreciated hearing everyone's perspectives, and I just want to speak about the intention behind this motion. So the intention here is to continue building out our bike network as planned, and to not move forward with administration's proposal. The intention is to stay the course. It provides direction to immediately advance procurement and construction of all routes that are tender ready. And I've included language around including advancing partial construction so that we can go as late as the season will allow. In instances where construction can't proceed this season, the motion also ensures that we're ready to go with design work and tenders so that we can get those out at the earliest possible opportunity in the spring, so that we're not facing late season tenders. Yeah, you know, I'm reflecting on how we got to this point, and just reflecting around how I think that Council has been clear in its desire to continue implementing our bike plan. I'm feeling frustrated that we're here today, as we have consistently defended the build-out of our active transportation network at multiple intervals, and I do feel that the proposed approach from administration represents a significant departure from previous council direction. Of course, there are localized questions or challenges that can come up, but the proposed approach in front of us would effectively stall out numerous critical projects that have been in the works for years, including many critical routes in Ward Métis that I know community members have been waiting for a very long time. Yeah, I'll have more to say. I'm running out of time here, but again, I want to ensure that we are maintaining our momentum on building out a complete and connected network for all the reasons that we've heard from our speakers today and more. Very happy to take questions on this. I will have a subsequent that speaks about bringing back funding options to ensure that this work is well supported going forward.
Thank you. I do have questions on the motion on the floor, so I'll take my turn. Just to administration, if you look at this motion and point number 1, to be clear, that means that what you are being directed to do is continue with the acceleration as the option was just debated at budget, which means limited engagement. It means no modifying of those plans, and it means going forth with what you've already recommended. Do you understand it the same way?
Yes, we do.
And to the mover, is that your intention? Because,
and if I
go for it.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so in reference to point 1, my expectation would be if we look at the attachment 3, basically all of the routes that are listed in there would be included. And that's also touched on in bullet 2 too.
Yeah, I'm kind of just was going through them because I think there's been, while there's been collective council direction, I worry that there's been individual projects where there's been pressure to change or adapt or divert from that council direction, which, like, I understand the frustration for why we're here, but I also understand how we got here. So I want to make it clear that whatever decision we come for today, that administration is empowered to do that, and then also say no to any individual councillors or project modifications.
That is my expectation and intention.
Okay. I am a bit concerned about point 2. It's the one that makes me the most concerned, just having worked for administration and understanding how long tendering can take. Is this doable? Is point 2 doable? And what would that look like? Because if you put it to tender, don't you have to give a certain amount of time by legislation for receiving proposals?
Correct, Councillor Rutherford. And just as a bit of context to this, the approach that administration's taken to the tendering of this work has been bundling it, recognizing that the scope of work in independent locations is not large enough to generate a strong market response. We generally bundle locations into packages. So in this year, we had 4 bundles planned with the work that was planned with the locations. The last bundle that remains is the one that is listed in attachment 3 with a number of those locations. And that one, whether we tendered it today, tomorrow, 3 months from now, like effectively what we're at is a 2027 construction schedule. And the reason for that...
Okay, I'm sorry I'm out of time, but I will come back for another round. We were very diligent with our speakers. I want to be diligent with us as well, including myself. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just for a bit of context, so those 4 bundles that were slated for this year, when did the other 3 go out to tender?
Just a second here. I don't know that I have all the dates exactly. Bundle 1 and 2 were probably around May, June. Bundle 3 was just awarded in August, and Bundle 4 in August, and Bundle 3 is the one that still remains.
Okay, and just wondering, again, recognizing the construction season, why were not all 4 advanced in May and June?
And I think this is in recognition of the work that we're trying to do to accelerate this, and we're basically taking a just-in-time approach. So effectively, as soon as the tender plans are ready, we package it, we bundle it, put it on the street as quickly as we possibly can. And that's been the process since this funding program was approved by council. Is we've been effectively kind of working through this in real time or just-in-time delivery, and as soon as the plans are done, we put it on the street as soon as we can. Most of the tenders up until this point have generally been a little bit later in the year, and I'm talking like May or June. Unfortunately, this year we came a little bit, as the scope of the work has been described as becoming a little bit more detailed and more tricky. Some of the details have taken a little bit longer to finalize.
Okay, when were the designs complete for bundle 3?
I believe, I don't have a date in mind, but probably sometime mid-July. Maybe
Okay,
end of
so
July.
I think the question is just sort of why there was a delay there, given the lack of council direction for that. But maybe I'll just move on. Sorry, just maybe to the chair. Did you want questions on the motion only, or are we asking questions of the whole report?
You can ask questions on either the motion or broader on the report. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at the data that was included in the report, I was just curious, and apologies if there was a revision that I missed. But in terms of capturing some of the ridership numbers, It seems, and apologies, maybe I'll just ask, did I miss the inclusion of some ridership numbers? Did we look at the number of riders and the increase in ridership over the past 5 years?
Councillor Stevenson, it was not included in the report.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Just to the mover, just for clarity's sake, when I'm looking at attachment 3, for tender ready, which, do you want to let me know exactly which routes? Or?
Yeah, I was going to go through this as well. So my expectation is it would be, so on page 2, 64th Street, 79th Street, 85th Street, 88th Avenue, 89, 93rd, those routes that are listed as originally scheduled for construction in 2026, while they can be tendered, installation 2026, no longer viable, late season tender. Those are the ones that I understand from administration are ready to go on tendering.
And just with the feedback that we just got from Jason there, so if this construction is highly unlikely this year, you still want to proceed with this motion regardless?
Yeah, and I'll have questions around what that can look like. And I understand that this is late season. I also understand that, I mean, the infrastructure is adaptable. Is there a path forward where we are at least getting going on a number of these routes? I think about, even in past years, there's a number of routes that I know of where we didn't quite finish construction within the season, and the routes weren't quite open, but we were at least in there getting it done, and they were ready to go for the spring. So that would be my intention.
Yeah, I kind of worry about like the construction project being started and not being finished, and the disruptions that would have in the community, which then might have to be changed anyways in 2027, right? This sort of my just thoughts on that. I guess not really a question on it. But my other question just goes, because there's a whole bunch of design work as well. So are you thinking this design work is going to be as stated already into our bike plan, or is there also another version potentially with some changes coming as well? Would it be the two different kind of design works, or how do you?
So my intention with point 3 is, so the routes that are not tender ready, that would be pushed into 2027, that are either not feasible to tender or need additional design work to get ready for tender, those are the ones I'm referencing. So in the report, in attachment 3, that would be the section of 2027 and then the other routes that are listed on the final page of attachment 3.
Okay, and that's from the recommendation from, I mean, some of that design work that kind of goes into what the recommendation would have had already, right? But now you're going a little specific to certain
But the important clarity is that I am not comfortable moving forward with the proposed approach that administration has put forward that provides greater weight to retention of parking and travel lanes. Like that approach fundamentally shifts what council has previously directed.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I just wanted to loop back to the questions Councillor Stevenson was asking around bundle 3. And just so I'm being crystal clear as well, I'm correct in understanding that those are the routes listed in attachment 3, page 2?
Correct.
Okay. And those were complete, it sounds like mid-July-ish?
Yeah, I don't have an exact date, apologies, but it was about the time that this report plan was coming together and this report for council.
So were those ones, was bundle 3, we held off on that in anticipation of this report?
No. Yeah, okay.
I'll just jump in, Councillor Salvador. So for clarity, what happened was bundle 4 included the 50th Street project. And so following council's motion to change the design on 50th Street, we had to go back urgently to bundle 4 to modify the contract and to ensure that the contractor could move forward with that bundle that had been already tendered. And so we shift our focus there to ensure that that bundle could move forward. And then by the time we got back to bundle 3, we are where we are at this time. And so for clarity, we did not pause any work. We just had some resources that needed to be realigned to ensure that we continue to advance the work.
So the mid-July date for bundle 3, like I'm just not understanding why that wasn't out the door, I guess,
So
if
the
it was
designs were ready, but
Yep.
the tendered package was not. So there's just another step after the designs are completed to put the package together. And then that was what was delayed by the fact that we had to go back to the tender package 4 to clarify with the contractor how we were moving forward with 50th Street.
So apologies, I didn't get to answer Councillor Rutherford's question on that, but effectively, there are a number of steps required to bring this back to market to get solicit pricing. So generally, one step is getting the drawings ready, then you have to assemble the bundles, and as Pascal just described, we're shifting locations back and forth based on what's ready. And then from that, we have to create specific tender documents that then go out to market on various kind of procurement channels. And then, so that can sometimes take 2 to 3 weeks for that step to happen. Then it has to go on the active online procurement channels that we have with APC, Merck's, different
Right.
public purchasing connections. That has to follow trade agreements, which can take 4 to 5 weeks as well. Then we have to award it. That can take another 1 or 2 weeks after we've evaluated the bids. Then we have to schedule a pre-construction meeting, which is again another 2 to 3 weeks. Then we get our schedule from the contractor, and that's why sometimes it can take 2 to 3 months from the start of a tender for when you might anticipate construction to even start.
I'm out of time, but I'll come back for questions around partial construction.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I think also something that we have to address is I think that there's been a lot of staff resources of the active transportation team in responding to emails and responding to 311 inquiries, in responding to councillor inquiries. That has also, instead of being able to sometimes is it fair to say that that's also taken away? You're only so many people. And so when you have your capacity going to these things, it can't go to other things. Is that a factor, or am I overgeneralizing?
It has definitely been a factor, Councillor Rutherford, and we've seen increases year over year of 500% in inquiries received. I think in 2026 to date, we are at over 600 inquiries on active transportation program alone. And so, and we are dedicated to responding to Edmontonians on their questions and their inquiries. And so that takes a lot of time. And yes, we do have a team that specializes in this work. And so it's important that be them communicating with Edmontonians around their questions. And so that does take a lot of resources.
And Sarah, you said something really insightful, and again, it's the question of why are we here? But this kind of feedback, some of the context changing was, from my understanding, you just wanted to make sure that the council was ready to withstand that storm that you could sort of see brewing in some spaces.
Yes, and so I think I see myself, my background, I have a master's in public administration. I'm a public servant. My job is to provide my best advice to council and take direction from council. But there are times when information starts to come and we are astute enough to say the context is changing and we want to bring it back to council to confirm the direction of council and make sure that we're providing our best advice. We, of course, will always implement the direction of council.
Absolutely. And what about the Grosvenor one? Because why is that one on the redesign list when I understood that one was already tendered, and based on what's in this motion, you should not be redesigning Grosvenor. I want to be clear on that.
Yes.
So if we have passed this, Grosvenor is not getting redesigned. It is. Correct. It is designed. It was supposed. We will go back to that design that is complete.
Correct.
We're not going to go redo design work on those ones.
Correct. And to be clear, the design for Grosvenor is one of our least invasive treatments within a neighborhood that still makes it safe.
But we did stop construction on that one.
Yes.
And to do some modifications. And so I want to be clear on what we're deciding today. We will just go back to that original design.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to just understand a little bit more again, recognizing that there was a shift in some of the pattern of feedback the administration was receiving. Just wondering why that was the only metric that the administration considered. Again, I think we heard a range of perspectives from speakers today, which I don't think is fully reflected in what the report was suggesting. And then again, just looking at ridership numbers, just wondering what administration's thinking was on that. People are, voting with their wheels, so to speak.
I don't think it's only the negative feedback or the feedback from the public that we got. It's come from multiple areas. I think there was an issue not only from the public reaction to some of the implementations that we have, the provincial reaction to that, and our own council reaction. So I think there's threefold we're taking into account on some of the challenges that we put in. I think when you experience, I think the initial phases of the implementation plan took into account that we're going to do the easy things first. We knew the harder things were coming next. And just like any project you go through, reevaluating that throughout the project does make sense in some cases. And we felt that this is one of those times that we should check in. And I think a lot of it was really built on three different avenues of feedback. But the experience that we have when we start building tangible things in community and the impact that has, to clarify that direction is still valid.
Yeah, and I think a check-in point is very valid and really important. I don't feel that we have all the information that we need to be checking in. We don't have information on. There hasn't even been a survey. I think we and maybe there is. I don't recall it being referenced in the report. But again, we know as an organization. I think we know. In our own work, that it is typically people who are unhappy with something that are more likely to reach out. It just concerns me that the weighting of this report is focused solely on that one mechanism rather than, I think, some really other relevant pieces that are important for us if this is a touch point and a consideration of a shift in direction.
Is there a question there? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, so again, the question remains is, why wasn't that data included?
I think we've been very clear that administration is fully supporting the implementation of the bike plan as part of city plan, and that we relate to the information that was provided in those documents.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to make sure there's a shared understanding around what bullet 2 would mean around maximizing remaining construction season and advancing partial or accelerated construction. How does administration interpret that piece, and what would that look like on the ground?
Effectively, we would take immediate steps to tender the work. And I think, as I explained in your previous line of questioning, based on the timelines provided, I just want to be clear about the expectations of what this would mean on site. I think there's a reasonably low chance, very low chance, that this would translate to work in the field this year.
And if I can add, a report we have on coming to committee right after this is on the impact of a very challenging construction season. We've had unprecedented amounts of rain, and we know that many of our road construction contractors, who are typically the ones that do this work, are scrambling to deliver the projects that they've already been awarded this year, and I think you will hear some industry speak to that.
Okay, and so I can, definitely appreciate that piece. With the adaptable nature of some of the infrastructure going in, I'm thinking, I'll use the Bonnie Doon example, where we're talking about putting in traffic calming measures in some cases, or modal filters, not necessarily like extensive work where we're tearing up concrete. Why, like, you still see that as a barrier? That seems like it's fairly...
Just to add a little bit of detail and narrative to this, one of the things we've struggled with actually has been supply chain for these precast concrete curbs. It's not a product that the industry normally carries. We've actually run into issues and delays on other projects, Victoria Park Road being one, which was supposed to happen last year and got deferred to this year. So just as an example, those are products that generally we don't supply or procure on a very often basis. And this active modes program has created a very high demand for that product. So it's actually been something difficult to source. So as an example, that is one of the things. It looks simple in nature, but there's a lot of steps in between to be able to secure that supply chain up front.
Okay. What about tough curbs?
Sorry,
what about the tough curb product?
I'd have to get back to you on that one in particular. I don't have the specifics on that one.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Maybe just quickly on procurement side of things, do we currently have a council for convenience clause in our agreements?
Again, that's a very detailed question. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to that. Generally, we do have the means to be able to cancel projects, and I might have to lean on legal services to support me, but it does expose us to some risk, and those would be assessed probably on a case-by-case basis.
So most of our construction contracts don't have a termination for convenience clause. It's an exception where we would.
What are the implications of including a council for convenience clause?
I think the biggest implication, it takes time and effort and money for companies to bid on our projects. We want to make sure that we have as much competition in the environment so that we can get good value for people in Edmonton. And so if we put in too many clauses like cancel for convenience and we start using them, we will have probably less people bidding on our projects, which will drive up price.
Okay. Just want to go back. So two questions, I guess. So I do take administration's I think a touch point is really valuable, and I think that there are things that we've all learned sort of in the first phase of this rollout that could be an opportunity for learning or shifting our practices. So, for example, in my own experience, I see a lot of challenges caused by unidirectional bike lanes versus bidirectional bike lanes. So I'm wondering what administration recommends in terms of an opportunity to sort of have that type of debrief, if it's a refinement in standards. And this is beyond just the active transportation network expansion. I think it's also what we see in neighborhood renewal, for example. What are your thoughts about having that type of conversation?
Councillor Stevenson, from our perspective, the review of the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards provided that exact opportunity to, especially to industry, we consulted with advocacy groups related to transportation of all types. And so the updated Complete Streets policy and standards reflect those lessons learned, and the approach moving forward is to have it live so that feedback can always be provided. It's accessible on our website. There's a page for that.
When was the update completed?
December last year.
December of 2025. The policy was approved earlier in 2025. I believe it was June or August.
Okay, so council didn't approve the guidelines, we just approved the policy.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, and I do want to, we've been really generous on rounds, and when we were talking about the agenda management, I said we would kind of, but I do want to caution to just really stay on point to the report or the motion on the floor right now. I'm not saying that anybody has not, but I just like, as we go into progressive rounds, really stay focused on what you need to answer questions in the report or on the motion. Mayor Knack, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And sorry I can't be there in person. I'm just en route to be meeting with the federal minister. So I want to understand, I think the one thing I'm maybe confused about and I want to confirm with administration is, so independent of this motion, if it didn't go ahead, the motion, you would still be going forward with direction as previously approved. You would have the ability, as is within your delegated authority, to make tweaks, but not like change the roadway that you would put something on. Is that correct?
I think, Mayor Knack, we follow the bike plan when it comes to the selection of the corridor. The design of the active transportation route itself is within administration's delegated authority.
Correct. So what I'm saying is that if there was no motion today, if this was just taken for information, you would continue to build. You would have within your delegated authority the ability to tweak design, but you wouldn't be changing from road X to road Y. You might go from a unidirectional bike lane to a bidirectional bike lane. That's within your purview. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I think that's a good representation.
Okay. Then this is the part I want to get clarity on, because I think I heard in an answer to an earlier question, does this motion take away that delegated authority to make tweaks to existing approved routes that are going forward?
I think it creates a question of whether we're allowed to make what you're calling tweaks as we advance moving forward.
Okay, so you the way it's worded, and sorry, I just don't have a timer in front of me. So the way it's worded, if this passes as worded, there is now uncertainty about your ability to tweak on an existing approved route. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm probably out of time. I'll need to come back around to ask the mover if that was their intent, because that's the concern to me, that particular piece.
You have 30 seconds left, Mayor Knack.
To the mover, was that your intent?
So when I read bullet 3, and the way that I'm conceiving of this is complete all design work to ensure that procurement is ready to go. My understanding is that if there are small adjustments or tweaks that are within delegated authority, that can still happen, but not redesigning to the point that we're taking routes off of the program. Is the
okay.
intent.
There's confusion between two parties, so I might need to come back for another round, but I'll keep the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Knack, did you just want to go again, since you were just on your first round and everybody else is on several other rounds?
Fair. Yeah, that's greatly appreciated. Then I guess I need to. So I've heard the mover's intent, which is to not remove that what I would define as currently existing delegated authority to administration. You're saying the wording potentially gives you that uncertainty. So I just need to figure out, how do we make sure that's clear? Because I am not looking to remove your delegated authority. I want to continue to proceed as is, with the ability for you to adjust as within nuance. So is it just, I guess then it's the only difference, not accept a motion at all? Do we need a motion? Because that's what I hear you're going to do, even if we didn't have a motion today.
Yes, I think what we've put forward is either status quo, we continue operating, implementing the program, or the modified approach that we clarified today with the new attachment 5 was to come back with more details on the trade-offs in Q1 of 2027. So I think we would, all of the motions kind of point back to continuing to deliver on the active transportation implementation.
Correct. So, okay, maybe this is it. So if I didn't accept your attachment or this motion, you're going to go forward to build out those all of the infrastructure that's currently identified. You're going to have within your delegated authority the ability to make some minor adjustments. That's how it would proceed, and then you wouldn't come back to us for the trade-offs, because you would be able to, as part of your ongoing design work, make that call. If you think there's a unidirectional series of bike lanes that's currently in place and going bi-directional makes more sense, which I actually, I think as a city we sort of built to that standard, you could then do that. If we didn't pass any motion, you would just go do that. That'd be part of the tender. It'd be going in the spring or as soon as possible.
The answer to that is yes. Yes. We would be able to proceed. We would make the changes ourselves that for the ones that made sense, and that would mean not coming back if we don't accept anything.
Okay. I feel like I'm done by second round, probably.
You still have 27 seconds, 30 seconds.
Not enough to ask a question and have it answered, so I'll come back around for another round at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I think part of the tension here seems to be in some cases, like the 50th Street debate, admin recommends what I'll call it like gold standard recommendations that are the maximum safety. I think in other cases we still have paint on the roads, we have sharing lanes, etc. So there seems to be a piece here. What I hear admin saying is we've reviewed the complete streets guideline documents, that now there can be more flexibility. But then some of the responses today gave me, I'm just not sure where we're at on that. I know Councillor Stevenson had shared with me she was working on something about saying, what do we have to do to basically say bi-directional lanes are the standard, because they allow for a mix of cycle track, they allow for some parking or drop-offs or loading, and they also allow for others. Like, I believe I heard from admin, we can do bi-directional, that's in the complete street guidelines as of December 2025. But then I see other designs that don't have that, so I'm just, the consistent inconsistency is what's throwing me here.
I also go back to, we're talking about a road right away that's only so big in a mature neighborhood. And so when we put something in, typically that means something that's existing there has to come out. And so what we're trying to have a conversation with council about is what is the most important thing to put in there and what are you okay with taking out? Bi-directional lanes absolutely are part of our toolkit and something that we evaluate, but they still take road right away, and they don't necessarily in all cases allow still for parking or allow for, it depends on how wide that road is. And so the problem that we're all trying to solve, and we have professionals who are doing professional work on this, is, how do we make it safe for all the uses of the road? And when there isn't enough room, what is the thing that we're okay to take out? And that's really the question that we're trying to have. And we're understanding that we moved forward with a lot of bike lanes. We put up the slide, we've delivered a number of them. But what going forward, the choices are trickier, and so we are trying to evaluate that. And so where there's an opportunity like 50th where there is a boulevard that we can kind of get into, that's more expensive treatment, but we can use that, there is road right away there. What happens when we run out of road right of way, I think is sort of the conversation that we're trying to say, council, we're getting into some of these points where the trade-offs are hard. What should we prioritize?
Okay, I'm out of time.
I offered the mayor the same courtesy, so since that was your first round, did you want to go again? Or did you want to think on that?
I guess where I'm very confused right now is maybe to the city manager. We have a report. The report was incorrect. It's been corrected. We heard the opening here, but I don't understand what direction admin is looking for right now. Like that the previous talk about what we need to know from council what the trade-offs are. We kind of have that in the complete streets guidelines. We have lots of places where we take out parking. We have lots of places where we'll not do a double-sided bike lane, we'll do a bi-directional bike lane. I guess what direction is needed right now?
I think for us, we're seeking the ability, like we've got an opportunity right now because we're in between construction seasons. So we have some stuff that we can put out later or put out now that's going to build next year. Are we still comfortable with the approach that we're in right now and getting confirmation? I think your motion says yes, we are. And then we would just implement what we have designed today and put it in. I think we have an opportunity right now to look at balance, if we want to look at some balance on some of those corridors where we might have some space to look at a different design principle that would give some more balance back.
But isn't that the Complete Streets guidelines that we passed in December?
The guidelines provide for what our objectives are, what are the how we can implement them, but they do not provide context-specific direction. And so each of the corridor needs to be designed for the context that it has. What's the road width? What's the use? Does it have transit? Does it have schools? And so those are all things that are very context sensitive. And so when we talk about the trade-offs, the standards are providing a guideline, but again, they need to be applied, and they're applied by professionals. And so the guidance we're seeking is, what do we tell those professionals?
So how do we decide right now? Like, if we have a road and there's no room for parking on it, we just don't put parking on it. If we have a road and it's coming up to a corner, we just don't put parking on the corner. It's a blind spot. We already have a triage of like pedestrian safety, car safety, parking. Like we already know a lot of this, I guess. So the subsequent motion that Councillor Stevenson sent to me was standardized bi-directional lanes as a preferred on-street facility with clear parameters when alternatives would be considered. That sounds very explicit. And revising options to allow the stacking of minimum and constraint standards on existing streets with reference to design, domain, concept, design exception process, and the role of community values in informing decision-making. Would something like just explicit like that saying come back to infrastructure committee?
I would encourage, us to be very careful about getting into the realm of design.
But I feel like we're here today because we're being asked to make a design decision.
I think we're asking about what are the trade-offs. If we're in a corridor, are we comfortable removing parking?
But we've done this
forever.
forever.
Thank you. I'll take my turn now. I think we just have to have a bit of context setting because, when I read the report, I actually there's been a lot of criticism, but I actually think the report overall, I just want to say was really good. And I actually found it was really helpful in understanding, as not an engineer, some of the constraints that engineers face with, the loss of trees, the loss of parking, the loss of traffic, the safety of the pedestrians, the safety of the bikers. There's a lot, it was really eye-opening to me for that. But at the end of the day, any of that direction, like Councillor Jans is alluding to, and we can debate whether at the next budget if we want to do that, but the scope of the project that is in front of us today was for rapid deployment and not to be doing your ideal, what you would do if you had road renewal is not the same as what you are doing now on many of these roads, because that is not the direction that you were given, nor do we have the budget, or council did not approve that budget to do that work.
Correct.
So you've been trying to work within a $100 million envelope to do as many as fast as possible. So that means some that are more complicated will have one design, and that we know maybe they have more usage or more safety risks will have a higher level of design, and others might be less design because they're not as used, it's not as much of a risk, and you are in good faith weighing all of those options to get to that within that scope and cap of $100 million that you were given.
Yes, and I think what we're saying we would bring back to council is, are there opportunities that were not evaluated in the current evaluations because of the direction of the program to do the rapid acceleration and the not permanent infrastructure? So we'll continue to look at the list. We have considered multiple options in all of them, but are there options that were ruled out initially because they didn't fit the parameters of the program? And that's what we would bring back in Q1
Because
2027.
the administration's in a lose-lose situation sometimes from what I see. And again, I'm so empathetic because I used to be administration, of like, if you put more money into a smaller amount of things, you're gonna get the critique from counselors and the public about why you haven't done more with the $100 million. If you do like not ideal planning or not bi-directional, then you get critiques about why you're not doing. Is it fair to say that that's sort of some of the tension too that we've been experiencing in this?
100%.
Yeah, okay. I'll leave it there for now. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to come back to attachment 3, just for the 2026 routes and just the status of a number of them. So the ones where tender has been awarded but construction has not yet started, like I think there's 3, like 84th Avenue, 92A, 93 Street, those particular ones. I guess for those, there's a little note at the end saying that essentially further direction pending this council conversation, council report would be needed on those. With this motion, those are also greenlit, like go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have a contractor on board. We've had a pre-construction meeting. Like those are, that's the bundle that predated the other bundle of 3 that I mentioned. So that's actually, we're in better shape there. We have a contractor for park paving.
Okay, so those,
forward.
okay, thank you. And then I alluded to a subsequent around resourcing as well. And I just wanted to understand, I guess, given the list of projects that's included as part of these bundles, if there is a need for additional resourcing to complete this work, will you come to us at budget with that ask? How, like,
Yes.
if there's a top up, I'll say, that's needed.
Yeah, I think our goal is to obviously implement the entire program. So we would look at the designs that we have, the money that we have left over. We would come back to council if we can't continue the program, or we've run out of money to finish the program out. We'd be back at council to have a conversation about how we prioritize the rest of that.
Okay, so there's an opportunity for top up for existing program, and then there's more like a future focused conversation around the next phase of bike plan implementation beyond this.
Yeah, I just don't know if that will happen. I don't know if we'll know all that information by the time we get to this year budget, or if it'll be sometime in this year. So it might be next year budget.
So sorry, if there's...
We may not know by the time we do our 4-year budget if we have enough to kind of last. We're looking at Q1 of 2027 to have that understanding of where we are for tender-ready projects. Obviously, if we're going to redesign some stuff, we've got to do that through the next few months, and then we'll have a better idea of where we stand on what's left in the project.
Yeah, we anticipate at the end of this year, we will have $20 million left in the program, which will allow us to move forward into the next phase. We're going to look at the routes, and then if there are routes that require a different treatment that would be more expensive or something, we can bring that to council through subsequent SCBAs.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, again, just I'm trying to make sure I understand all this. Just to the last set of questions, there's a bundle of projects ready to go pending the completion of this meeting. If you did not have any different direction, those would still be going forward, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. I have heard potentially one of the reasons for this motion is the other projects that are not yet like immediately tender ready or close to. But what I've heard in today's answers is that even with the motion, there is absolutely zero way some of those remaining projects can actually move forward. Is that correct? This year.
That is also correct.
Correct. So is there anything that so just playing out the hypothetical, if this motion were to pass, is there anything that you would have been doing that you could do this year that you weren't going to for some reason into next year?
Mayor Knack, we would...
I'm just trying to get a sense of, is there really a need for this for me? So I'm trying to understand.
I mean, we are always trying to deliver. So if, we would look at everything that we can, and we would see if there's, shake the trees and see if we can find anything we can do this fall. But at this point, based on the procurement and the focus on, you know, delivering our projects that are already under construction, it is very, very unlikely.
Okay. Therefore, I'm going to ask the mover. I'm hearing all of this. I think recognizing it sounds like they can't do these ones, because I hear the motion's intent was to say, hey, if you can get partially started, go ahead. I would love that if possible, because I want to finish it. I'm hearing that might not be the case. You have stated you're not looking to take away their delegated authority to tweak. So I guess I'm just at the point of, I'm not sure I see the purpose of a motion which is going to accomplish the exact same outcome as if this was just received for information.
I can appreciate that. One of the primary reasons that I feel that this motion is necessary is to provide absolute clarity around the intention of how this program is rolling out. I was surprised to see the amount of weight given to parking and lanes in the proposed approach that was brought forward in this report, and I think it's important to be able to provide clarity that council is still comfortable advancing under the previously approved scope of this project. For the part that I'm going to run out of time. I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll come back for another.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think where I'm struggling is again, I think there needed to be a check-in. I think there's just some recalibration that's needed in terms of maybe how administration is interpreting council feedback or public feedback. So just we approved the complete street policy. The guidelines are not something that we approve, but they have, I think, significant implications for how this program and neighborhood renewal and other programs are rolling out. And so there's an explicit statement in the complete street design standards that says that unidirectional bikeways are preferred. For me, this is a source of a lot of the tension that I see in community, and I think has a considerable operational impact that we haven't grappled with. So again, it's about twice the cost for maintaining unidirectional bikeways instead of bidirectional bikeways. So to administration, like what's an appropriate way for council to provide feedback and engage on this?
So, Councillor Stevenson, I think the first thing is that we do not agree that the problem is the unidirectional versus bidirectional. In the sense that, as Sarah was mentioning, we explore all types of design for every corridor, and ultimately, if the bidirectional offers an ability to provide a better active transportation infrastructure, we absolutely do it. And case in point that we have designs for bidirectionals in this program. And so I think the importance of
that the guidelines state that there's a preference.
There's a preference based on safety data and informed engineering designs.
And again, I think just from research I've done, conversations I've had, like that's not like bidirectional is still safe, and it just feels like these other considerations aren't being considered. And I think that's the challenge. If it is truly coming in looking at all options equally, but that's not what I see in the guidance. I see a preference for that facility form, and I think there are implications that aren't like that necessarily has a higher degree of trade-off than other approaches.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt. You can pause Councillor Stevenson's time. I think we were getting into potential subsequent and complete streets to conversation. Nothing in this report talks about complete streets. So I just want to, again, be very mindful of the scope of our questioning to the report itself and the motion on the floor.
I appreciate that. I'm just struggling, given that it was referenced that this was sort of a check-in point, that there's suggestion, like it's the weighting, for example, of the parking and the lanes. I'd like to understand from administration how they came to that conclusion that those were the top priorities of council. And I can come back to get that answer.
Mayor Knack?
Thank you. I think this is enough. So I guess, because I've heard some commentary from in the provincial side about listening to civil engineers, not social engineers. And so I guess I want to just make sure the current approach we take is civil engineers go through and they look at a road, they come up with their best design, they prioritize safety. I think that is direction that has been previously given. Is that right?
That is correct.
Perfect. So if nothing else changes today, because I heard from the mover there was a worry about in the report, if we went with your suggestion, we might, and maybe an unfair phrasing, I just don't know a better way to say it. We would slightly deprioritize, we would lower the safety priority a little bit to potentially increase it somewhere, something else. I know that's not exactly a fair description. I'm just not sure how else to describe it.
Mayor, if I can just
because you're just yeah, please.
We would not lower a safety standard. What we put in the modified approach was that based on the feedback received from community, from council members, is that we understood that the parking and travel lanes needed to be considered more fulsomely.
100%.
And that we would be looking for alternative designs, but we would never compromise on safety.
Exactly. So there's the key. So I think really what would be, so no motion goes forward. You're going to consider that additional piece to it using your engineering expertise and still create the most a very safe solution, because I think the most safe solution would be you never have anything anywhere except like a sidewalk or something like that. You're going to prioritize safety. If no motion passes, you're going to take that into account. You're still going to prioritize safety. That might mean shifting from a unidirectional to a bidirectional. That might mean something else, but safety still becomes paramount as part of your requirements.
Yes, and Mayor Knack, let me also say all of our designs follow engineering standards and are ultimately stamped by a professional engineer, occasionally by our staff, but frequently by consulting engineers. And they take an oath and have a professional designation that requires them to consider certain elements, and their stamp has a legal protection with that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really important to know. I don't know if that's been communicated to the province on how our infrastructure department works. So, okay, I think that answered all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to move to delete bullet 2, please, from this motion.
As an amendment to the main motion, we will load that on the screen.
And just to introduce, I think I heard some tension. I understand the intent of the mover with wanting to give a crystal clear direction. I also understand we don't, even if we say something, it doesn't come magically to fruition if the time and resources don't allow it. And so where we are, as unfortunate as where we are now, it's where we are now. I don't like the idea of partially starting and finishing construction. I think that's actually going to contribute negatively to people's reception of the bike plan implementation. I think that it is going to end up costing us more money because contractors are going to have to think about gearing up for this year and next, and I just think there's a lot of uncertainty. So I understand and support the other two. I can't support this one, so I thought we would debate it. That's it. Councillor Stevenson?
I Can I just ask administration? We've looked at accelerated construction programs on other projects. Are there opportunities with that type of approach with these facilities?
Typically, when we've talked about accelerated construction, we've talked about opening up more road right-of-way for projects to get more work done in a shorter period of time, like we've done on the intersections with Valley Line, for example. So I don't know how this would apply in this situation.
Like just in terms of extended hours, approaches through the bundle where they're sort of working segment by segment, looking at, the quicker to implement ones. Those would be my thoughts in terms of the acceleration.
Excuse me. I'd say generally the scope of the work of these projects doesn't really lend itself to, I'm trying to think of ways that we can accelerate it. I think, having the supply chain and materials available up front obviously is a big part of this, and I think that's probably our biggest opportunity. There is, we were reviewing the designs as we were speaking here, there is some civil infrastructure involved as part of this, curb and gutter relocations, catch basins, things like that. So certainly, extending the hours within a residential community is not something we generally do with our neighborhood construction. So just thinking about the example on 79th Street, I don't know that that would be palatable both for the contractor and for the community, but we can explore that with our contractor once we have one on board, once we get a schedule from them.
Thanks.
Are you done your questions, Councillor Stevenson? Okay, we're coming up to 3:30. I understand that there is one committee member that does have questions on attachment 4. Is that correct? Correct. So if we've exhausted all public questions, and maybe I see there's one more, we can debate the motion. I think if we are amendable, if we can move to go into private now, and I'll be very diligent that we're only going to talk about what's in attachment 4. I'm going to be ruthless in private about that. And then we can come back, and then I'd like to focus the conversation on the motions on the floor, both the amendment and the original motion, so that we can move on. Because again, other items on this agenda are timely and we need to get to them. So can I get a motion, Councillor Clark, for...
Yeah, I'll move that we'll go into private section of, remind me.
Whatever is this, what is attachment 4 in private subject to? Intergovernmental relations and advice from officials.
For intergovernmental relations, advice from officials in attachment 4.
And privileged information.
And privileged information.
So section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, section 29, advice from officials, and section 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any questions on going into private for questions on that attachment? Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Councillor Paquette, are you with us? We'll mark Councillor Paquette absent. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. So for those that are already leaving, it seems like you know what's happening. We're going to have our break. We're going to recess now until 3:45. We're going to come back in private for focused questions, and then we'll be back to debate the motion on the floor. Thank you. And just let me know when we're ready to begin again. Were there any members of the public that were waiting to come in? We're good to let them in, yes. And Madam Clerk, not Madam Clerk anymore, sorry, we switched for our long day. I apologize. Can you put up the motion that we left off on when we were in public, the amendment to the motion?
Yeah.
So as mentioned, I'd really like to, I think we've asked a lot of rounds of questions on the report. We're going to focus right now on the amendment to the motion on the floor. Does anybody have any questions on the amendment? I'm not seeing any. Would anyone like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to hop on. I won't be supporting this amendment. I can understand why it was made, and I understand that there are limitations around how much work we think we can get done this season. But I think at least providing the flexibility for administration to make those calls and advance some work, even if it is minimal, in certain cases, whether that is getting going on some of the like local street bikeways that are less involved from a design and materials perspective. I think that was the original intention. I want to retain that, so won't be supporting this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Yep, same thing. I think there's a lot that can be done. You know, we talk about modal filters, we talk about others, and I think we should be holding it up to the light. I have heard from many constituents, family, friends, commuters, others along this area in Bonnie Doon in particular, who have been waiting for certainly 5 years, but much longer to have the same sort of safe quality infrastructure that Garneau, McKernan, Belgravia, others have. So long overdue. I wanna see that, and I just want to address for a moment, and I won't repeat this later, but we've heard a few times about potential changing ministerial direction or initiatives or whatever, but we have yet to have anything official in writing. We have yet to see policy to review. We have yet to see draft regulations. In my 11 years at the public school board, anytime the education minister had to contemplate a change to the Education Act or something else, there would be like a guide we would get, and we'd go through and we'd look at implications and we'd respond to it, and we'd have submissions from school boards and we'd have feedback, and we'd meet with the Alberta school boards or the public school boards or whoever. We've yet to have any of this from this minister. This is just governance by soundbite, governance by maybe this is in, maybe this is out, maybe this is, and so I don't want to waste any worry, time, talent, treasure on what could be. I think we need to, we have right now areas that we can make safer, that we can help enhance mobility choices. We need to do those right things, and if the minister's going to do something in future, well, they need to send us something in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I'll support this amendment. I mean, I think we heard loud and clear there's a reasonably low chance to get this done in 2026 for a min. And I think actually when you pair that with the construction projects due to the weather delays that are already happened, and then that's taken priority for a lot of the people that we'd be contracting out on this, it even shows the chance of this happening are even slimmer in my opinion. So I think this is a fair point to kind of take out, and this is really just trying to take the lens of trying to have good governance and sound decision making, and I think that's what this amendment does.
Thank you. And, like I won't speak too much to this except for just reiterating some of the things that Councillor Clark said. There's what we'd like to see, and then there's the reality of what can happen. And those are often in this role, in this example, but in every other example of city building, usually the case. And so the reality is there are supply chain issues. The reality is there are labor issues. The reality is we've been hit by some real weather events this summer that have, current existing construction projects that need to be refocused. We've just had, I just put out the post about Yellowhead and some of the work that's happening around that to, make back up the timeline. And so, for those reasons, I just look at I'm always like, look at the context and look at the reality, and does the reality match our ideals? And I don't see this direction actually doing that. And in fact, I think we would end up paying a lot more, because if we are going to compete in that context, we're going to pay a lot more to get the same product as we would in 2027. So for those reasons, I think it is prudent to think about, the realities of this construction season and what we can achieve. But also, I won't speak to the main motion. I do support the other two parts of it, and want to see it proceed, and I want to see, all of that great work in the scope of the original plan continue. And so that's why I move this motion. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is defeated. So we'll go back to the main motion. No, I'm good. So anybody following, that means that the amendment is still there. Anybody with questions on the main motion? Anybody to speak to the main motion? So I will speak. So with the lack of removal of the amendment 2, I cannot support this motion on the floor. I think it's clear that 1 and 3 were slightly redundant to the already existing council direction, and that we, were debating whether we even just receiving for information would have been substantial anyway, to say just keep going forward with the plan as directed. And if this fails, that's exactly what we would be directing. So failing this motion is essentially receive for information. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion on the floor. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, a couple things I'll say and try to get this done quickly. I think it's very clear kind of what we heard, and we heard a bunch in private that I can't share, but obviously what might happen at the province is them, far out of their lane. You might even call it a 3 in the key violation or a flagrant foul, if you want to use a sports analogy. But that is the reality of where we are here. I think the good news is what we heard from all the speakers today is there's the general acceptance of active transportation and the importance it is for our city and for people to get around. I think we're past that, right? The question that's kind of in front of us and what this motion is putting out there is, how do we kind of step back in my seat as a counselor and know that all this information and know what's coming ahead and make the most kind of prudent, sound decision that's available, right? And I can't unsee what I've seen. I guess I put it that way. I know there's something coming. I want active transportation for the long term. I even put a motion forward on 107th Ave to really make that like a showcase piece, because I think that can happen and that can probably fit in with whatever regulations might come down the pipe. So I want to make sure that we have long-term ones that really work and fit, and I still think that we can we can have a connected network all around the city and can get people from downtown to neighborhoods, especially in the West End, and do an amazing job of that. But I want to just take some proactive approaches to make sure that when we're looking at speeding up processes, accelerating them, getting them to tender, getting design, that we have that context in mind. Because I think we have to do that to be really fair with ourselves when we're making these decisions, right? So, for all those reasons, I don't think I'll be supporting this, but I'm always going to be a champion for active transportation and doing the best we can, and especially in my ward, whatever that looks like in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to click on to lend my support for this motion. I think it is a really important one, just in terms of reaffirming our commitment to the work and ensuring that we're continuing to make our decisions based on our policies and the evidence that we use to inform our decisions. I think, political speculation doesn't serve Edmontonians well. And for me, it's really important that we send a clear message in terms of our intent to continue this really important program. It really struck me hearing from Edmontonians who are really benefiting from these facilities for affordability, for the safety of their families and themselves. And I think this is a great opportunity to reaffirm the direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
No, I'm ready to vote, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Salvador, any final comments? Close?
Sure, yeah, I'll be brief as well. Said a lot in my opening, but just wanted to again thank everyone who's participated in the discussion today and voiced their perspectives. And really the intention here is to provide clarity and reaffirm the existing direction of this critically important program and the critically important routes that are planned for this year and next. Just reflecting on what we heard from speakers, it was really, really quite powerful to hear folks who do have access to safe and protected infrastructure, how that has contributed to being able to move around our communities in a safe and healthy way to meet their daily needs. And in contrast to that, folks who don't have that, but see a future where that's a possibility. And I want to make sure that vision is realized. And in order to do that, we need to continue moving forward, and we need to continue the momentum that we've built. It's been really exciting to see the infrastructure that's been built under this program so far and how far we have come as a city, but there's still a long ways to go. Again, I am hopeful that this motion can pass to provide that additional clarity and that direction. I also think some of the explicit direction around being ready to go for our next construction season as part of Bullet 3 is really important so that we can get those tenders ready and see construction happening as early as possible. And I'm also just reflecting on the reality of installing and implementing active transportation infrastructure in existing areas where there are constrained roadways. And I've said this before, I'll mention it again, not a stranger to that reality. The vast majority of routes in Ward Métis require those trade-offs, and there is limited right-of-way. And in many cases, that does mean that there are changes to parking, changes to the orientation of lanes, and that's just a reality that we have to move through in order to deliver safe, protected, and dedicated active modes infrastructure for our communities. And again, I've expressed not comfortable with the proposed approach, as I do feel it puts too much weight on parking and lanes potentially at the expense of delivering active transit infrastructure, which is why it's so critical that we continue as planned. So I will leave it there. But again, gratitude to all the speakers who came out today and everyone who's participated. Thanks.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes. That the vote was defeated 2-2.
Test. Oh, they're back.
That one's back?
Test, yeah.
Okay, they're back, okay. So that was defeated. And so I just want to get, like, again, I hear Councillor Salvador's point of crystal clarity. We typically have stopped in this term doing receipt for information. But would receipt of information give you any further clarity, or can we just move on? Because I don't think there's any desire for anybody on committee to move the recommendation from administration.
I think we can just move on.
We can just move on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you. And thank you for everyone again for participating today. And I will say thank you to...
Sorry, do want to flag, keeping attachment 4 private was part of the
Oh,
recommendation.
yes, okay, so I will move that. I will
Second.
move.
Never mind.
You don't need to second at committee. So I will move that we keep attachment 4 private. And I do have a question about that. Is there an ability to add a time clause to that? Or no?
I believe you can, yeah, a committee could add at a certain date or a certain other actor.
Agreed with the clerk, but for the caution that I gave when we were in private. So that should be flagged for that portion of it to be reviewed separately.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it as it is for now, but I would flag to administration that when the time is appropriate, I might want to revisit this and be able to release part of it at least.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, any other questions on the motion? Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes. Thank you, Councillor Chance.
And then just because I know sometimes council can be a little bit odd, I do want to just, and I know there's been a lot of stakeholders that have been following along, and even some stakeholders that maybe this is their first time tuning into a council agenda. I do want to just kind of break down what just happened. So we had the report, and basically within committee's delegated authority, we have said continue, that we are not changing direction in any way. Please continue forward as has been the scope. So that is the accelerated plan with the routes as planned to date, and that's where we are today. So I just wanted to give everyone watching an understanding of what we did there. And we will move now on to our next item, which was the next one with speakers on it, and I believe that was item...
Don't know if we displayed the vote or finished the vote on that one. The vote
Oh, sorry, we did,
private,
okay,
yeah.
can you display the, sorry, yes, can you display the vote? And then, yeah, and then we just kept attachment 4 in private. And now we will move on to 7.1 is our next item of business. Because we did at the beginning put all of the items of speakers in order and sequence. So we will switch up the delegation for item 7.1. Or is it the same delegation? Okay. Please take it away.
Good afternoon. Joining me today are senior leaders from Infrastructure Services and City Operations. This presentation is an extension of discussion at Infrastructure Committee earlier in the year, where we provided a look ahead of our 2026 construction season. With August marking the midpoint of our typical construction season, our first part of the season has been challenging, largely based on the unusual amount of rain we've experienced. This presentation will outline our accomplishments to date, the impacts of recent rain events, and our outlook for the remaining construction season. Over the course of June and July, the city experienced one of its most historic weather events, the wettest summer on record, with over 500 millimeters of rain before the end of July. Typically, Edmonton has an average annual rainfall of just over 400 millimeters. Total precipitation was significant, as was the intensity with localized, intense, short-duration events. 15 days with thunderstorms in June and 19 in July. These historic challenges have put pressure on our city, with roads disrupted by rainfall and many homes flooded, and on city staff as we responded to the strain on our vital infrastructure. Public safety has been our first priority, while we strive to repair and maintain the core services that residents and business community rely on day to day. Our teams within the city across all departments have been working day and night alongside partners like EPCOR and emergency services to stabilize major transportation corridors, river valley and ravine systems, and address public hazards. Since July 10th, the city has successfully managed over 1,400 storm-related short-term operational issues through our dedicated 24/7 response. In addition to accessing our insurance and warranties, the city is working very closely with the province to try and recover eligible costs from recent weather events through the Hazard Assistance and Resilience Program, HARP. This program may allow us to recover 90% of eligible uninsurable costs, with the city covering the remaining 10%. As we look to continue to consolidate our applications, we currently project total uninsurable public sector losses for the city of Edmonton to be $42 million, $600,000 in response, and $41.4 million in recovery. We are maintaining a strict cost tracking process to ensure applications meet all provincial criteria for reimbursement. Despite the extraordinary stress on our systems as shared by EPCOR on Monday at Utility Committee, I'm reporting that the vast majority of our core infrastructure has allowed for services to reopen with few exceptions, and the infrastructure is holding strong. As we navigate short-term operational response to these events, we are left with residual effects that require further and more detailed investigation. This includes slope failures, creek erosion, bridge and river valley infrastructure damage, as well as isolated damage in and around facilities. These residual effects will require long-term sustainable capital investment solutions to reduce the reoccurrence of similar challenges in future years. Rest assured, we are actively working through these challenges and have stood up staff and resources to support addressing priority repairs. This presentation will provide further detail about the impact of how these weather events have affected our existing capital program, while also providing early details about new or emerging projects that will require resources. Before I turn it over to staff to provide key updates on our capital infrastructure program, I want to share the city's approach to managing construction risk on our projects in light of the significant weather events in 2026. Project risks related to weather vary significantly depending on the type of infrastructure and the stage of construction. There's no single answer that describes the effect of extreme weather on our capital infrastructure program. For example, when building construction, technically known as vertical, where the site servicing is operational and the building envelope is closed, the impact of significant rainfall is very limited. Construction work is able to continue through adverse weather conditions almost uninterrupted. An example of this is the Ambleside integrated site, which is now trending ahead of schedule. Bridge projects where work is suspended well above grade are also almost unaffected by rain. An example of this is Beverly Bridge Rehabilitation Project, where the scope of work is primarily related to the concrete deck repairs. The scope of work, coupled with robust erosion and site maintenance plan, allow it to rebound quickly only hours after a rainfall event. This project is also nearing completion. By contrast, projects like roadworks, technically known as horizontal or linear projects, that are in early stages of construction are generally more vulnerable to adverse weather conditions. Typically, the first stages of road construction include the construction of new underground infrastructure and earthworks and grading activities, which may take days or longer to respond to rainfall events as contractor crews are tasked with dewatering or pumping activities to accelerate the worksite drying period. That said, these are early construction activities. There often remains a longer schedule to make up time through significant construction activities by collaborating on different or innovative staging options. It's typical for city contracts to designate or assign weather-related risk and the loss of productivity from this risk to the contractor. This is intentional, as contractors are typically in the best position to prepare for and respond to bad weather by assigning resources and equipment to both anticipate and plan for, and then ultimately support the response. This equally applies to temperature and precipitation conditions, which can both have adverse effects on construction. Anticipating this and planning for this, our project schedules generally do assume a certain amount of unproductive time within their planned construction schedule. This unplanned downtime is often explained in public messaging around project timelines as weather permitting. Recognizing it is something we can't control or influence. We have successfully navigated several challenges to this midway point of this season. Notably, recent rain events required us to pivot resources to address flooding and prioritize urgent repairs and safety-related projects. Despite these adjustments, we have made significant progress on the construction projects we launched this spring. As we turn our focus to the second half of this construction season, we are hopeful for improved environmental conditions to reduce any likelihood and impact associated with weather-related events. With that context, we'll now walk you through some project-specific updates covering key completions, milestones, and remaining work plan for the year. I'll hand it over to Jason.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Our first project updates focus on the large LRT projects led by my colleague, Bruce Ferguson. Construction on the 14 kilometers of Valley Line West LRT from downtown Edmonton to Lewis Farms is currently in year 5 of major construction under contractor Marigold. For 2026, a key milestone for this project includes completing the 102nd Avenue corridor between 102 Street to 107 Street, covering full road reconstruction, new sidewalks, and trackway redevelopment or development. Also for 2026, another key milestone for this project includes completing roadway, sidewalk, and core infrastructure improvements along the 87th corridor, specifically the section between 163rd Street and 189th Street. While progress is steady, it is important to note that the weather conditions experienced earlier this summer have presented challenges for the contractor. Adverse weather has led to a prolonged duration for certain activities, most notably the preparation of road and track subgrade to achieve the required moisture content and compaction standards required for the project. Marigold is currently working on a recovery plan for the work scheduled to be complete by the end of 2026. Next slide, please. For the Capital Line South extension, the contractor is now in its second year of major construction. Significant work is underway along 111th Street. 12th Avenue West access was closed in late May to allow for the underground utility installation, civil infrastructure, and track installation. This was recently reopened on time on August 1st. The new LRT bridge across Blackmud Creek is taking shape with recent girder installation and bridge deck construction now underway. The 23rd Avenue LRT underpass construction is progressing, and the contractor is ready to implement phase 2 of the major lane shift in September to prepare for the North Portal construction. Work is also well underway on the Lou Lawrence Operations and Maintenance Facility, with continued steel erection and roof installation underway. At the Anthony Henday Drive LRT bridge crossings, steel delivery has begun, and the steel arch will be assembled on site prior to installation in early 2027. Due to the record rainfall and subsequent challenging site conditions, the contractor is assessing and prioritizing remaining work for the remaining 2026 construction season. It is anticipated that some of the original goals for 2026 will be pushed into winter construction or rescheduled for 2027. The exact impact of this, the rain events on this project, this multi-year project, are still being reviewed. Next slide, please. Having only recently completed a comprehensive rehab of the Peter Hemingway Aquatic Center, which opened earlier this year, this facility did experience recurring flooding. The facility remains under warranty, and the project team, including the contractor and the project architect, are assessing solutions both in the short term to reopen and in the long term to prevent recurrence of this activity. Consecutive storm events caused extreme ground saturation and increased groundwater pressure, as well as a surge of water in the area's stormwater network that became overwhelmed a lot of the existing and upgraded infrastructure only recently constructed. We are implementing immediate changes to the facility based on our lessons learned from the rainfall events. This includes relocating the main electrical services to the facility to ensure that they're in a location more resilient to future extreme weather. A team of, including city departments, consultants, and contractors is working together to execute repairs and accelerate reopening this fall, while simultaneously investigating further root causes and potential solutions relating to the stormwater resilience within the Coronation Park. Next slide. The TELUS World of Science building remains temporarily closed following the significant flooding in July. Restoration work is currently underway on the city-owned building, focusing on removal and site recovery in collaboration with our partner operator, the TELUS World of Science. The restoration efforts are being managed through our insurance coverage with the City of Edmonton. As managed on the previous slide in reference to the Hemingway Aquatic Center, Infrastructure Services is leading a root cause investigation within the broader area of the Coronation Park to identify issues and develop long-term solutions. Project resources have been assigned and procurement of an engineering consultant is underway in the coming weeks. This work is part of an integrated cross-site investigation into the stormwater resilience encompassing the TELUS World of Science, Coronation Park, and the Peter Hemingway Aquatic Center to ensure the long-term stability across all those facilities and public services maintained. The TELUS World of Science has been providing regular updates to patrons and customers relating to their planned reopening timeframes. Next slide. The Lewis Farms project is progressing well with the Mistahayai Weecook Community Rec Center. The rain has pushed the schedule for completing the landscaping outside the facility. However, this work is not on the critical path for this project and is not interfering with the planned construction completion date. In a recent review of the detailed construction forecasts, we are now anticipating that the construction could be substantially complete for this project as early as this time next year. Knowing this, the project team, including staff from Community Services, are actively working on reviewing opportunities to advance the opening for the facility earlier than previously anticipated. Next slide. The inclement weather experienced throughout June and July has impacted the Yellowhead Trail Freeway project schedule by approximately 6 weeks. The weather conditions has reduced site productivity, leading to frequent interruptions in earthworks, utility installations, and road construction activities. These delays are directly attributed to the ongoing water management, constant dewatering, site stabilization, and restoration efforts following each of the storm events that we experienced. To mitigate those ongoing impacts, the team has established a work site designed for rapid recovery after flooding events. We've successfully reduced the construction footprint near the EPS tow lot recently, which provided additional space for storage of tow vehicles. We've also reopened the northbound to eastbound right turning movement at 107th Street to help ease the traffic flow in the area. Looking ahead, the project is preparing for 2 broader milestones for this project. The first includes 127th Street traffic transitioning from the detour road onto the new bridge structure, expected to occur later this fall. The second is completing the new roadway alignment of 121 Street. This one will require leveraging lessons learned from the Value Line LRT West project and accelerating this work by closing a section of 121 Street and diverting traffic to 107th Street intersection, where we will be adding a westbound left turn and an additional northbound left turn to accommodate the displaced traffic. This work is expected to be complete by the end of November. It is important to acknowledge that the issues of flooding both this year and in previous years are directly attributed to the existing stormwater network within the area and not attributed to the construction. For example, something being taken out of service for construction. The scope of the project does include a significant amount of stormwater upgrades within the area. There's a lot of work that's unseen to the public eye, including tunneling work, which is expected to address many of the stormwater network constraints that exist within the stormwater system in the long term. Unfortunately, the tunneling work is not yet complete. It's scheduled to be open and in service later this fall. Looking ahead, the project team has been reviewing strategies to bring the project back on schedule. An example of this is the planned closure of 121 Street this coming Monday for approximately 3 months. The 107th Street intersection is being enhanced with a westbound left turn and a dual left northbound left turn to accommodate the displaced traffic, as previously mentioned. This accelerated work is much akin to the lessons learned from the Valley Line West accelerated intersection closure work. Next slide. Terwillegar Stage 2 is now in its final construction season. The heavy rain did cause landslides along Whitemud Drive, located at 119th Street, and the contractor was able to assist city staff with resources to stabilize the area, allowing the roadway to be maintained in open service. I'm pleased to share that the 2 new pedestrian bridges are now in service as part of Stage 2, including the Rainbow Valley Bridge across Whitemud Creek and the 142 Street pedestrian bridge over Whitemud Drive. The dedicated bus lane located along connecting 53rd Avenue to Terwillegar Drive was also opened in June and is already in service by ETS. Waterproofing and paving on the eastbound Rainbow Valley Bridge was also recently complete, and the bridge opened this week, a significant milestone for the project. Crews will continue to use staged lane closures in both directions along Whitemud Drive to complete the final median barrier construction, paving, and other works as needed. Overall, the project is on track to wrap up this year, with landscaping only and other seasonal deficiencies carried over into 2027. Next slide, please. Construction on Terwillegar Stage 3 began this spring with completion set for fall of 2028. Construction at Windermere intersection is ongoing until the end of the construction season, with various traffic configurations in place to support carefully sequenced work. As of Monday, this past Monday, lane changes have been implemented to work on the final stages of the intersection at Windermere Boulevard. We are making progress on the grading for the new northbound lanes, albeit not at the pace originally planned earlier this year. This is largely due to the wet weather conditions we've experienced. On the bridge structure site, bridge piling for the main structure started in June and is ongoing per the baseline schedule. And bridge piling on the shared use path bridge, located further east, has also commenced. This piling work is more resilient to weather and has largely been unaffected by the weather. That said, based on the stage of this work and early works being primarily grading, it has created challenging site conditions for the project. It is anticipated that some of the original planned 2026 work will be pushed into the winter construction season or rescheduled for 2027. However, while recent rainfall events have caused delays in the short term, I'll remind Council that this is a multi-year project and we still remain on track to complete the remaining phases of this project. The critical path for this project is the bridge construction, not the road work, and as mentioned, the piling activities are progressing as planned. Next slide, please. The Wellington Bridge replacement began last fall in 2025 with the demolition of the old bridge. Thankfully, we were able to have the bridge girders erected earlier this spring in June. The time during the rain was spent primarily on setting formwork, preparing for the concrete deck pour, and which remained largely unaffected by the rain. The contractor did have to make adjustments within the site to secure both the head and side slopes, recognizing it is on an open ravine that is also environmentally sensitive. The new concrete deck was recently poured a few weeks ago. This is a huge, again, big milestone for that project and provides us the assurance and comfort that this project is moving ahead as originally planned and will be reopened this fall. The project team has prioritized the remaining work for this project in the event of further rainfall events, starting with reopening the travel lanes is the #1 priority, reopening the north side bike lane, reopening the south side sidewalk, followed lastly by the reopening of the ravine trail underneath the bridge. Our goal is to have all of those completed this fall, but failing that, that's the sequence in which the contractor has been directed to complete the work. Next slide, please. 95th Avenue renewal is in its second year and final year, and second phase of construction, the north side being completed last year. The contractor is now working on the south side of the roadway. Adverse weather, rain and floods, has impeded the overall progress of this year's scope of work. The roadway is expected to open in the fall, despite the impact of inclement weather. A significant contributor to the delays on the project are attributed to the low impact development work, scope of work with this project, which requires deep and large excavations and a significant amount of manual work that is heavily weather dependent. To address this, the low impact development work has been modified in order to accelerate the schedule. The project team has been in close contact with the schools in the area, recognizing it's back to school this coming weekend or the coming week, using lessons learned from previous years to ensure that we are ready for the change in traffic anticipated starting next week. The project team is continuing to monitor community traffic impacts as well, including shortcutting behavior and traffic calming measures. The project is forecast to be complete this fall. Next slide. The deck construction on the Mill Creek and 76th Avenue Bridge is underway and expected to be complete this fall. Repairs are ongoing for a July landslide that occurred in the southwest quadrant to ensure that the structural integrity of the new bridge and road. The weather-related event, the landslide that was experienced, that weather-related event has required modifications to the contractor's sequence and project resourcing, resulting in minor schedule impacts. The contractor has brought in additional resources to ensure that the critical path, which is the bridges, can continue unaffected. The project is still on track to be completed this fall. Next slide. Lastly, turning to our land development portfolio led by Chris Hodgson, record rainfall and severe weather events throughout the first half of the construction season have impacted construction progress across several active sites, including Goodrich Corners, Blatchford, and Exhibition Lands. Because these delays have affected our ability to complete servicing and preparation work, we are seeing a shift in our land sale timelines. To manage this, we are evaluating the revised schedules. As a result, some land sales that were originally forecast or anticipated to close in 2026 are now forecast to be pushed into 2027. We are working closely with our contractors to mitigate further schedule slippage, and where possible, we'll continue to keep council informed and updated as we finalize these revised timelines. I will now turn it over to Pascal, who will take us through some of the new and unplanned infrastructure projects as a direct result of the weather-related events earlier this summer.
Thanks, Jason. Okay, so as identified, we have a few examples of new and emerging projects. First, the city is continuing to work with EPCOR to respond to the significant erosion that has affected 137th Avenue at Horseshoe Creek. The city's immediate priority is to safely restore vehicle access by replacing the culvert, stabilizing the slopes, and rebuilding the roadway. EPCOR has been leading the initial response and will fund the remediation work, while the city will manage the construction moving forward. The new culvert will have much greater capacity and will allow for pedestrian and active modes to cross the creek. Traffic is being monitored in the detour area through the Starling neighborhood to mitigate speeding and best handle the volume. Temporary speed check signs and traffic calming measures have been installed. A contractor has been awarded the work and construction completion is targeted by late fall or early winter. The high-level bridge southeast approach embankment side slope has experienced significant movements. The slope is cracking away from the sidewalk and altering its stability. As a result, and to mitigate the risks, the sidewalk and left turning lane are closed until remediation can take place. Preparations are underway to advance the stabilization of the slope, and the timing of this work is under consideration and will be coordinated with the high-level and low-level bridge renewal work to minimize disruptions to the traveling public. Timing will be confirmed in the coming months and communicated to council. Compliance to the closure has been poor, and we have seen repeated incidents of barricade vandalism. We ask the public to respect the closures as they are in place for safety reasons. Monitoring, both visual and with instrumentation in the roadway and sidewalk, is occurring weekly. Moving to the northwest approach of the high-level bridge was also affected by the rain events. A localized flow slide failure occurred adjacent to Constable Enzio Ferrone Park. The numerous following rainfalls led to its incremental progression. EPCOR is advancing planning and design to restore a proper drainage network connection in the area, and construction will be coordinated with the high-level rehabilitation and the southeast embankment repairs. The sidewalk is open and safe for use, and monitoring inspections are occurring bi-weekly or after any significant rain event. Several other locations across the city have been damaged or impacted by the rain events. We have seen embankment failures occur along freeway, over and underpasses such as the White Mud Drive and Connors Road. Pronounced landslides in the river valley and ravine system, with the most significant one affecting city infrastructure having so far occurred below Saskatchewan Drive. In many areas of the city, trails have suffered damages. In some instances, minor repairs are possible to maintain the trail open. However, in other areas, the failures are to the point of reinstatement not being feasible. Some alignments and routes will need to be abandoned. Finally, many bridge abutments have been subject to erosion and scour, and we continue to do frequent assessments and monitoring. Administration is prioritizing repair based on severity, impacts to the overall transportation networks, resource availability, and looking at the opportunity to combine the remediation with other planned projects to minimize disruptions. Over to Sarah.
I wanted to note, I made a mistake at the beginning when I talked about the recovery. So our submission to HARP is estimated to total 42 million. 41.4 million is response, and 600K is recovery. I had response and recovery flipped. The amount, while this summer's severe weather created challenges, several key projects have reached completion or significant milestones. These include 102 and 104 Street intersection downtown, Commonwealth Stadium and Fieldhouse artificial turf renewal, Dawson Bridge rehab, and the Rainbow Valley and 142nd Street pedestrian bridges. We are currently past the midpoint of our construction season, and while many milestones have been met, we must acknowledge the impacts that are not yet fully realized. We are actively managing the uncertainties of the coming months to determine our path forward. Our priority remains clear: to adapt to these conditions and do with everything within our control to catch up and meet our year-end targets. Thank you.
Thank you, and I see we're right at time, so we will have recess, and then when we come back at 6 p.m., we will hear from members of the public that have registered to speak on this item. So that's where we're at, but for right now, we'll have our dinner break and be back at 6 p.m.